With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Failing to learn from history. They're being taught to ignore it. Everyone knows the George Santayana line. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. People slap it on coffee mugs. They repost it all over social media, and then they move on. And almost nobody reads what he actually wrote. Not just that line, but his whole body of work. And when you do that, focus on the critique he was building, you realize that it lands squarely on the United States, on us, today. In The Life of Reason, the famous quote is about knowledge and memory. Progress depends on learning lessons and then, applying them. Without that, we all remain infants, forever making the same mistakes, never growing up. And it's a universal principle. But Santayana spent decades applying that principle to one country in particular. By 1920, he laid it bare. Americans were bound by this gospel of work and belief in progress, locked in a patriotic conformity that passed for freedom. What looked like forward motion was actually a feedback loop, a country committed not to learning from its past, but to performing a story about its past. That's the wheel, and it's rolling over American resistance today. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm the author of Resistance History of the United States. The mechanism is simple, and it's pretty much everywhere. Americans aren't being taught their actual history. They're told a story designed to make them feel good about being Americans under this version of the American state. The people intent on running history through classrooms and curricula and across our culture aren't interested in building critical understanding. They're building national identity. It's mythology dressed up as education. And it works beautifully right up until it doesn't. Because here's what mythology can't do: prepare anyone for anything that's real. When crisis in America hits, when our democracy runs into people who don't like it, which always happens, people don't reach for real lessons. They don't have any. They reach for inspiration. They reach for the better angels of our nature. They reach for Lincoln quotes and Jefferson lines. They reach for the story. And so the same patterns repeat. The same fight is waged, not because Americans are uniquely foolish, but because the uniquely powerful focus on narrative makes it virtually impossible to learn. Now, that's what Santayana saw. Not that people forget. That's the meme version, and it's wrong. The problem isn't forgetting. The problem is that remembering has been replaced by something that looks like remembering, but isn't. Americans think they know their history. They can name Washington and Jefferson and Madison. They can repeat all men are created equal or 77 years. They can tell you about July 4th or the Alamo. They have a whole vocabulary of historical reference, but almost none of it is history. It's national scripture. It's catechism. And catechism does not teach you how to think. It teaches you what to believe, so you can just parrot it back when somebody asks. That's why the wheel keeps turning. Every generation enters the same crises, the same fight for democracy over and over again, with more or less the same tools. Not because they've been denied knowledge, but because what they've been given in place of knowledge is a story that was never designed to help them understand anything. It was designed to make them feel like, good Americans. to cohere them around this state, to give them a national identity that makes the system feel natural, inevitable, and, here's a key point, fundamentally good. So that when something goes wrong, the only possible explanation is bad actors, never bad design, 250 years of bad actors. And it's not an accident. It's actually a project. In 2019, Jill Lepore published A New Americanism, Why a Nation Needs a National Story. I just assigned it to my students. She published it in Foreign Affairs and laid out the project in terms no one could be confused about. When historians stop writing national history, she argued, the void gets filled by charlatans, stooges, and tyrants, by which she means the storytellers on the right. Her solution wasn't to do better history. It was to do better nationalism. When historians abandon the study of the nation, when scholars stop trying to write a common history for a people, nationalism doesn't die. Instead, it eats liberalism. It's a good line. Nobody ever said she wasn't a fantastic writer. But the question she offered up wasn't whether historians should mythologize. It was a statement that they couldn't afford not to. Is there any option other than to try to craft a new American history, one that could foster a new Americanism? That's what she wrote. The historian's job to her, at least for historians on the left, people who agree with her, one assumes, isn't to help people understand where they are. That's not why we go to graduate school, apparently. It's just to battle it out with the right, to win a story war over who Americans are and how they should act politically. Lepore wasn't actually saying anything new, though. She just get all kinds of credit for being open about it. She was describing a project that was already decades old and backed by the most powerful cultural forces in America: film, television, publishing, politics, all of it, in one way or another, aligned behind the production of liberal nationalist mythology. Ken Burns turns every American catastrophe into a story about American resilience. John Meacham writes the Declaration in the language of Genesis in the Old Testament and then pushes his idea of democratic capitalism as the American way. The West Wing taught a generation that politics is a rhetorical exercise and that the right speech constitutes victory. Biden ran on the battle for the soul of America, probably the most cynical presentation of this, and governed like the soul was never actually in question, just temporarily misplaced. You put it right back by winning an election and all better. Look at the New York Times bestseller list. It's perennially populated with titles in service to it. And congressional Democrats today can't stop posting on social media about it. Somebody else, the better angels, are going to come save us because God knows we're not going to. But it's what keeps the wheel structural, not accidental. It's not that Americans organically forget. It's that the entire apparatus of American public life, particularly white American public life, is organized around telling them a story instead of teaching them about their past. And the liberal establishment isn't fighting that apparatus. They are the apparatus. But you can do something about it. Stress test it. Stress test the storytellers. Don't just listen to what they're saying. Look at who's saying it. Look at what the story does. Who does it serve? Who does it elevate? Who gets to be the voice of history? And what do they get out of it? Attention? Access? A share of shaky authority? And then ask, does the story they're telling actually help you understand where you are? Or does it just make you feel like you're on the right team? Because if the function of someone's history is to get you to vote a certain way, buy a certain book, see them as a leader, that's not history. It's a campaign. And you deserve better than to be someone's target audience. Arthur Schlesinger Jr., he saw it. He'd helped build the consensus narrative from inside the World War II state, the OSS, the OWI, and he carried it back into the academy in the late 1940s. But by 1962, working with JFK, he recognized what the project was becoming, and he put the warning in the mouth of John F. Kennedy in a commencement speech at Yale. And he wrote something that I never get out of my head. The great enemy of the truth is very often not the lie, deliberate, contrived, and dishonest, but the myth, persistent, persuasive, and unrealistic. Persistent, persuasive, unrealistic. So one of the men who built the machine tried to shut it down using the best words he had from the best podium he had, and it changed nothing because the warning was still a speech, and speeches are what the machine produces. You can't use a sermon to dismantle a church. So the wheel is why every crisis in American life is treated as a deviation from the norm rather than as a pattern that we keep running into. Why the response to failure is always to restore rather than to rebuild. Why the liberal establishment reaches for the Constitution the way a congregation reaches for Scripture as a source of answers, rather than a document produced by specific people with specific interests at a specific moment in time, which might need to be questioned rather than worshipped. Santayana diagnosed this over a century ago. He saw a country trapped in what he called perpetual infancy, not because it refused to grow, it's not Peter Pan, but because the conditions for growth were never there. You can't learn from a past you were never taught. You can only repeat a story you were handed. That's catechism. And that story is the wheel itself. It's the thing that keeps our country cycling through the same crisis over democracy, telling itself the same bedtime story, waiting for better angels that were never coming. Because after 250 years, the angels aren't late. They're not real. They're just characters in a national mythology that was built to keep the wheel spinning, and it has never, not once, stopped. But the wheel only works as long as the mythology holds. And the mythology only holds as long as the actual past stays buried underneath it. This is what resistance history is for. It's sort of a rescue mission. It's not a mythology. It's certainly not a better story. And it's not a different origin story. That's another danger. Just the past. As close to how it actually happened as we can get it, all of it, including the parts the nationalist priesthood left out, because they complicate the narrative. The people who fought back, the people who were crushed, the people who saw the system for what it was and tried to change it and then were erased from the history because their existence made the mythology incoherent, the people who achieved the goals for greater human rights in our history and then were erased because those advances had to be seen like it was part of the system working as designed to make you feel better about it, not against the people who fight back. The Orthodox national narrative isn't just incomplete. It is itself an abuse of authority. It's a version of the past imposed on the governed to serve the interests of those doing the governing. And like every abuse of authority, it needs to be altered or abolished. And not with a better speech, not with a new Americanism, with the truth. The whole, uncomfortable, demythologized record of what actually happened and who it happened to. That's how you break Santayana's wheel. That's how you escape Schlesinger's paradox. Not by crafting a better myth, but by abandoning mythology altogether, by doing the one thing Kennedy warned was necessary, and the nationalists have never been willing to do: replace the comfort of opinion with the discomfort of thought. Replace the story with the history. Let Americans, for the first time, decide for themselves what to do with the past they've actually been allowed to see. Because the mythology doesn't just fail people, it erases the ones who fought. It takes the people who bled for change and turns them into characters in a story about how the system worked. It absorbs the resistance into the narrative. It makes Martin Luther King a dreamer instead of a disruptor. It makes Frederick Douglass a believer in the promise instead of an indictment of the lie. It takes the most radical, dangerous, system-threatening acts in American history and sands them down into inspiration, into proof that the angels were there all along. They weren't. People were there, and they didn't wait for angels. They did the work themselves. So fight back with it. Demand better. When someone hands you a fairy tale dressed up as history, call it what it is. When someone tells you the answer to this moment is to believe harder, to lean into the founding, to trust the ark, to wait for better angels, ask them what specifically they think that's going to do. Because we have 250 years of evidence, and it has never once worked. Break the wheel. Not with a better story, with the truth, and with what the truth demands, which isn't faith, it's action. That's all I got for you today, folks. LZ.
Yep. I think that history is awfully important, especially if you're into politics. And we do not teach American history well. And I can understand why you don't particularly maybe not do it so much in high school. And I think my son took a couple AP history classes, and I actually never really, you know, paid attention to how he was learning stuff. But I don't know. To me, history is a very good lens to view American politics through, especially if you get a little bit deeper into political philosophy and that sort of thing. But anyway, Welcome to this pop-up show. I was on the fence whether I was going to do a show or not. I was watching Big J and kind of, might as well crank up a show because there were some things that I did not get to yesterday. However, I don't particularly have a planned out show, so I'm kind of willing to just go wherever the winds take us. But I want to start out with well, let's start out with this. Apparently, Barack Obama was on the Brian Tyler Cohen show yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday, or this premiered yesterday. So Barack Obama talks Bad Bunny, Trump's ape video in the 2028 election, and it is about 47 minutes long. So let's start there. My favorite president.
To be joined by the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama. Mr. President, thanks so much for joining me.
It is wonderful to be here, Brian. Thank you for having me.
So as you know, better than anybody, the discourse has devolved into a level
by the way, I want to, if Lupin hopefully is listening in, or we'll see the replay of this. Dude, you were so generous and kind. I just, that's the other reason, man. Lupin it has been just kind of a rock, as far as encouraging, some of the stuff we do on the show. And quite frankly, last night, I think Lupin just got tired of the bullshit. And you know what? If such a generous supporter of the show says something needs to happen, of course I'm gonna, give it some critical thought, but he's right. Lupin has always been a voice of reason and a good person to kind of bounce ideas off of. And I probably do need to tighten it up a bit, but so it goes. So shout out to Lupin, and shout out to all the other supporters of the show. I know it's difficult sometimes. This show can get a little out of hand, but we were at 300 subscribers last night, and now we're down to 295. I call it separating the wheat from the chaff. 300 looked good. We'll get back to 300. But if 5 people, didn't like decisions I made, then they do need to go somewhere else. I'm not monetized. So it goes. 5 supporters leaving because of a hard decision. You learn as a Navy officer, sometimes you have to make the hard call, and you have to suffer the consequences, right or wrong.
That we haven't seen before. What was disqualifying just a few years ago now not only feels fine, acceptable, but actually rewarded. You have administration officials saying that the victims of ISIS aggression are domestic terrorists. You have J.D. Vance coming out and saying that it's okay. You don't have to apologize for being white. Just days ago, Donald Trump put a picture of your face on an ape's body. And so again, this is kind of, we've seen the de-evolution of the discourse. How do we come back from a place that we have fallen into?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling. It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction. But, as I'm traveling around the country, as you're traveling around the country, you meet people. They still believe in decency, courtesy, kindness. And there's this sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television. And what is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office, right? So that's been lost. But the reason I point out that I don't think the majority of the American people approve of this is because ultimately the answer is going to come from the American people. And we just saw this in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. It is important for us to recognize the unprecedented nature of what ICE was doing in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the way that federal agents, ICE agents, were being deployed without any clear guidelines, training, pulling people off, out of their homes, using 5-year-olds to try to
bait their parents.
All the stuff that we saw, tear gassing crowds simply who were standing there, not breaking any laws. So the rogue behavior of agents of the federal government,
Wow. Ryan Bardwell, what in the hell? Dude. Okay. Well, Ryan, thank you very much. Salute to you. Wow. Let me put your name on a banner. Salute, Ryan. Wow, I'm flabbergasted.
is deeply concerning and dangerous. But we should take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary outpouring of organizing, community building, decency, neighbors buying groceries for folks, accompanying children to school, teachers who were standing up for their kids, not just randomly, but in a systematic, organized way. Citizens saying, this is not the America we believe in, and we're going to fight back, and we're going to push back with the truth, and with cameras, and with peaceful protests, and shining a light on the sort of behavior that in the past we've seen in authoritarian countries, and we've seen in dictatorships, but we have not seen in America. And that kind of heroic, sustained behavior in sub-zero weather by ordinary people is what should give us hope. And it should remind us that at the end of the day, the way we get a democracy that's working, the way we get policies that actually are helping working families, get ahead, the way that we restore norms, rule of law, decency, it's going to be because we citizens are activated and paying attention and saying enough and saying, we have a different idea of what the American family should look like and community should look like. And that is what I'm seeing across the board. So, I was on a panel a while back, and I said, a lot of the values that we say we subscribe to during easy times, during peaceful times, it's easy to say we believe in those things.
Right, when they're not challenged.
When they're not challenged. It's easy to believe in free speech when it doesn't seem like the government's trying to crack down on free speech. It's easy to say that we believe in the golden rule when we aren't at risk of being arrested when we exercise the golden rule.
Yeah.
Right now we're being tested. And the good news is what we saw in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and what we're seeing in places across the country, including here in Los Angeles, has been the American people saying, no, you know what, at least a good number of the American people saying, we're going to live up to those values that we say we believe in. And as long as we have folks doing that, I feel like we're going to get through this.
So I hear and appreciate what you're saying about the agency of individuals. As we look toward our elected officials, our Democratic leaders, I think something that I've been having a lot of trouble reconciling is for so long, it's felt like Democrats are solely focused on protecting norms, institutions, processes, and then you've got a Republican Party that sees what it wants and will find a way to get it. Laws be damned, Constitution be damned, rules be damned. And we're seeing that play out right now. And so, given this massive asymmetry, where it often leaves us feeling like it's a Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown over and over and over again situation, what needs to be done? And do you think that our Democratic leadership and our Democratic elected officials understand that for the first time?
Well, look, I think we have to acknowledge that we've got the harder job, right? So we believe in government as a tool for good, as a potential force to create more jobs and as a way to make sure that the planet doesn't roast, to make sure that as we move forward and the economy grows, that everybody and not just some are benefiting, and that kids are getting a good education. And what that means is that we have to think about the consequences of our actions. We have to try to figure out how do we get working majorities to actually pass laws and to implement those laws and to make things happen. Tearing stuff down doesn't require all that. So when you talk about Republicans, for example, it seems like they see what they want and they just go after it. Well, they've passed one significant piece of legislation since they've been, for all the hoopla.
Oh, sorry, you there, Dave?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello? Oh,
Can you hear me?
I thought you might. Yeah, I can hear you. Thought you might have comments.
Yeah, shout out to Ryan, first of all.
Yeah, dude.
The channel appreciates the support for sure. And anybody else who wants
Holy
to,
cow.
the link is always open. Obama, I don't know if I want to say this, like the example that you leave, if you can't correct an inaccuracy that you want this narrative to go on that Trump actually made the video, if you can't even correct that, dude, nothing else you have to say after that should matter.
Okay, let me help you out here. When you're captain of a ship, for instance, you might not even be on the ship. But if somebody wrecks that ship, the captain gets fired. Okay, it is basically like the captain wrecked the ship. As I put in the chat, it was released from Trump's account. Okay, Trump is responsible for it, even if he didn't sit down and make the graphics himself. The way leadership works, being responsible for something is pretty much the same as doing it yourself. That's how leadership works. And if people cannot understand that, it is obvious they've never held any position of responsibility where they literally were making life and death decisions. Obama is right. It doesn't matter.
Right. He's right.
It does not.
I'm
It
not
does not
disagreeing
matter.
with you.
It does not matter if Trump didn't sit down and design the graphic himself. It was released from
But
his
it's
account.
still a failure to read the room, Stanley.
No, it is a failure for the room to understand what's happening at the head of it. Okay, I'm never going to agree with that. I'm never going to agree with you.
Okay, so moving forward, or is he really showing that there is any maturity or any change going on with the way
I'm
they perceive
sorry, but
everything,
I
or do
don't
they need
think
this victim position in order
I
to
don't
have a foot
think
to stand on?
I don't think you understand what maturity is.
Well, you
You're
can't
def-
change my mind
you
based
are
off of
well,
you
no, I'm
going and
not going to
running with the
try and
narrative that's
change your mind.
incorrect.
I'm only
Not
going
you.
to
I'm saying like the Democrats and Obama and their leadership, they can't change my mind if they're going to run away with incorrect narratives.
okay,
That just
it's not
shows me
a
that they
it
haven't
is
learned nothing
not
from their failed attempts at running it.
Dave, it's not the narrative that's the problem. It's the people who are viewing and not understanding the narrative.
Well, you got a whole country that's going to see that. As blatant as that
Okay,
was.
you have a whole country that was horrified at what Trump released from his social media account. There were Republicans. You had Tim Scott acting like he was black. That's how bad it was. And even if let's just take race out of it. Let's just not talk about race. He did that to a former United States president. It's not done. You do not presidents do not do things like that to former presidents. Trump is damaging his own presidency by doing that racial shit to a former president. Obama's a historical figure.
Yes, he is, and I agree with
Okay,
everything you're saying. But I just don't want I
if
don't want
he
the
had
point to be
if
lost on
Donald Trump, okay, you have
mixing
no
all this
point.
nonsense
In
in
my
there.
opinion, you have no point. Okay,
You're mixing in what you
what if
want me
Donald
to.
Trump? What if
You're
Donald
mixing in
Trump?
random nonsense.
What? No. You. This is a colossal
You're
failure of you to understand the gravity or the brevity of this situation. Okay, if Donald Trump had taken the head of George Washington and put it on that ape, people would be up in arms.
Hello, Stanley. Hello.
Washington was the first president. Obama was the 44th president. Guess what? They were both presidents.
I get it. I get it, Stanley.
You do
You're gonna
not
shake.
do
Are you
that.
gonna?
Let's take race out of it. If Trump had put Lincoln's head on that ape, it's the equivalent of what he did to Obama. You do not put presidents do not fuck with other presidents that way.
Well, that's your feeling, Stanley. That's not in the book.
Fuck you, ignorant.
It's not written down.
Wait your goddamn turn, sir. I'll be done with Dave here in a minute. Dave, I don't know. I don't know how much clearer I can explain that presidents don't do this to other presidents. Donald Trump.
Yeah. I get the point, but you're missing my point. That integrity
matters. Let me finish my point. Your
point's taking forever. I just want to say one thing.
Donald Trump is a uniquely deplorable president.
You said that already.
Worst president in history.
That's feelings. We're talking about
it's not.
Actual,
no.
You're speaking on feelings.
I literally just said presidents don't do what Donald Trump did to Obama. That's not opinion. Feelings.
It's an opinion.
Ignorant. Don't make me put you off the panel. You will wait your turn, son.
What's up, Ignorant? What's happening?
Salute.
As I was so rudely interrupted saying, what Donald Trump did is inexcusable and it's not feelings. I don't ever remember in my lifetime another president doing something like that to another president.
Right. Well, the point still stands that
it's undignified. Have you ever heard that? Hey,
bro, even if you got like 3 minutes,
even if you don't respect the person, you respect the office.
Right. No disagreement there, because that's not even what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you're saying at this point.
Why are you saying what I'm not saying? What are we talking about?
I'm literally not caring. So, Ignat, what do you have to say?
Hello, fellas. How you doing?
Where have you been, by the way? I haven't seen you in a while.
Stanley's still his normal self, I guess.
I've been a black man in America. That's where I've been. But Salute, I want to say that this is malarkey, that this is all feelings based and opinionated. This is about how people feel.
So you felt you had to come all the way up here and point out my feelings?
No,
It's not a long way away.
That's rich.
No, what I'm speaking of is the narrative that the society is feeling that he's the worst president in history. I would highly agree with that, knowing the history. That's what I'm saying. So
I just think you don't mess with historical figures like that.
That's malarkey.
Okay.
Name one historical figure that has been unapproachable or unknown.
Okay,
like
it's not dude. He literally took the likeness of a president and put it on an ape in a fucking cartoon.
You laughed at that video, Stanley, didn't you?
Okay, I did laugh at it. As a matter of fact, I made a fucking short. I made a short, and I think that short got 1,000 views.
You're a fucking hypocrite.
However, I am not a president. I'm sorry. I expect more out of a president than I even expect out of me.
So you're spreading the propaganda of a president who's deplorable.
That's exactly. Hey, not only that, I'm doing it for profit.
So that makes you more degradable than the orange man.
You know what?
Himself.
I am not going to disagree with you, Ignat. You've called me.
You
called
believe
me
in
out.
This diplomacy. That's
You called me out, and you made me feel 1 inch tall.
You're the only one believing such thing as diplomacy, Stanley. That shit doesn't work. All right.
Apparently.
Work. You don't get into the office being diplomatic.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Mr. Bardwell.
See Obama here. Hello, Bardwell. How you doing?
So salute to you, Ryan. Man, you are kind.
Yeah. Well, I like to keep it going.
I do now.
Yeah.
Isn't it rookie discrimination?
We appreciate
you're welcome. Let's keep going.
At least we know that StreamYard will keep flowing for another couple months.
Hey, hold on, Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
After all we've been through this morning, you're gonna keep the BS going.
What is we? Which we are we talking about? You mean Savage?
Hey, Stanley.
Oh, by the way,
in the chat.
Yeah, I love shows.
Can we let her up? Can she come up?
Come up to panels. She can if she wants, but I don't think she ever comes up to panels. By the way, Dave. Speaking of Savage, let me just show you this right quick. I went and bought his song because I actually think it's pretty good. So it's called. I named it Stanley Diss Song. Y'all take a look at this and tell me what you think. I used it as the opening theme of this show.
You made a song?
Yeah. Well, no.
How did you do that?
Savage, all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it.
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paper bag.
Are you playing something and talking at the same time?
I don't know what it was, but the thing is that
Latino did.
Kind of read these. No, Savage did.
Waiting in the water. Waiting in the water.
Hey, Savage played this morning. And I'd actually heard it before, but
you haven't heard the one Latino did of you?
I have that.
It's really good. It's really good.
I'll play
It's
it
really
next
good.
if you want. But let me
Yeah.
put it to you this way. I've had like 2
Oh,
diss songs
oh,
made about me. So, and you know what? I paid Savage for his talent.
you're a good sport,
So
Stanley. You know that. You're a good sport.
I don't know that I'm a
You
good
are.
sport. It's
You
well,
can be you can be
it's
crying
a
and
good,
shit, but
but
it's
the
fun.
thing is, it's a good song.
Yeah, it
The
is.
the
The beat's
song is
awful.
excellent. Well, you know, it sounds like Southern rock. You know,
It
you
sounds
remember
like
It
a
sure does.
Negro spiritual.
it's kind of
Sounds
That's
like
like
what I
that.
like to hear.
It's kind of in that
Yeah, you're a good
Leonard
sport.
Skinner.
Uh-huh.
Foghat
Uh-huh.
is one of them.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah,
slavery
dude.
music.
I
That's what it is.
look. All I have to say is back when I remember, I had a buddy of mine who was into Foghat. Fucking when I was in 8th grade. Yeah, I grew
Was
up
he
with this
white?
one.
Was he white?
MAGA black.
He was
Oh,
white.
not only was he a white, he was a descendant of Charles Pinckney, a
Well,
signer
there
of
you
the
go.
Declaration. I'm sorry,
Absolutely.
signer of the Constitution. He was like a
Constitution.
great grandson or something. His name was Charles Pinckney, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a good kids.
Wow.
You
Well, there you
get
go.
a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get MAGA
Cross and my
blacks
life is
who will
doomed.
put
At least MAGA Blacks will make a song for you.
Man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's
Stanley, you're
the
talking
main
over your
lesson
own
I
song.
learned today. Yeah, I know.
I'm Stanley, bitch.
I may have to go back and do a little bit of editing, but I think I like the song. And I don't,
Yeah, I like it.
all those songs that I've done, they're Tough Guy gave me a couple songs. Savage, I bought one, and then Latino for Trump, he put it on Discord, so I adopted it. So look, if people are making diss songs, how can I really get mad at that? they
I wouldn't
they
say
took their
it was a
talent.
diss. I wouldn't say
They
this is a
took
diss,
their
Stanley.
talent.
No, it's not a diss. I ain't got a
Stanley,
song.
it sounds like an
What the hell?
introduction to Breaking Bad, Stanley. That's what it sounds.
Well, kinda. Let's see, where's the other one? Oh, here it is. This is
No, now that's made you one, man.
this is Latinos.
There you go.
Yeah, I got to get down until I get home and get a charger on this phone. This thing's about to go dead.
That sounds like
Okay.
a funeral song.
We'll talk to you later.
Yes, sir.
I think the only person I have been with them.
Sound like Rihanna.
It's actually Latino singing.
I got it.
This is like the light-skinned version.
I think one parent influence is detrimental.
I literally said they need to understand the culture. It's a white people problem.
It's called Stanley versus the world.
Oh, here we go.
And just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What do I think it's okay? By the way, that last part with the Navy commander there, Portia made that for me. And if you look at the book that he's holding, it's the Columbia Reader, which was the book that Frederick Douglass learned to read with. And
Wow.
she was actually thrilled that I caught it. I actually looked at the title of the book that character is holding. You know what? People are too kind to me. I almost shed a
I agree.
tear.
I
I
agree.
almost shed a tear when she made that, and she literally used the book that Frederick Douglass learned to read on.
Wow,
That was
is
really
crazy.
she's really clever.
Stanley, did you use your blouse to get your tears?
Oh Lord.
Well, you know what? I wiped it. I wiped those tears with my puffy shirt. you, y'all don't remember the
I do.
the
I do.
Seinfeld show?
Oh, I get it. I get it. Puffy is signal for gay. Okay.
Well, puffy sleeves, like those, like a Pirates of the Caribbean shirt.
Oh, Puff Daddy. Okay,
Oh,
okay.
shut it up. Yeah.
So, yeah,
This
you know
went
what?
weird.
I
This went
really appreciated, people putting their talent to work to diss me.
well, you know how it
So,
works, Stanley. You know how it works.
oh wait, I got one even better. Apparently, BGS has fucking all of a sudden I'm on his radar.
It's on
And
12,000 fucking hits on it, man.
I'm
It's
sorry,
huge.
what?
No,
What?
what you're fixing to show, he posted on X, right?
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you
It's like
saw it.
12,000
Well, then
views. Of course I did.
Okay,
12,000 plus views.
I had no idea he even. Well, I kind of knew because someone told me that Andre 420, who swings by the show, asked BGS if he knew who I was.
Yeah, he knew.
Okay, well that's. I mean, I would never know. It was MOT who mentioned. I didn't even know. I subscribe to BGS's show, I think, but I don't ever watch it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
do subscribe to it, but I don't. Yeah, it's just I don't have the all notifications. But yeah, well, I mean, what am I going to say? We'll listen to it after Obama. I mean, what is he gonna say? Apparently, he thinks I'm a pedestrian and a fake lefty. Which would be true because I'm center left.
He didn't say
I-
you're a pedestrian.
Oh, he didn't. Well,
No,
look,
he didn't.
here's the deal. And I've said it before. I
No.
have pretty much come down. I'm a capital L liberal, even though it's kind of with trepidation because the Enlightenment basically created racism. However, the way I was educated, I have this expensive Catholic education, and I'm just temperamentally a capital L liberal. I abhor extremes. I think the extreme left is a problem. I think the extreme right is a problem. I'm a Goldilocks leftist. It needs to be just right.
You said Goldilocks, Stanley. You said
I'm
Goldilocks.
sorry. It's a joke, but
I got
anyway,
it. Weird.
anyway, we'll watch this
Either
later
way.
because I am curious what he has to say. I can't imagine he would have a lot to say, dude. I have like 295 subscribers. I'm no big
Well, you
deal.
lost 4, so we know why.
5. I lost
I know,
5.
right?
Look. Sometimes you make decisions that piss people off. So,
Mm-hmm. Well, you're
so
good.
let's listen to our 44th president.
Oh,
They
Lord.
haven't codified and institutionalized
Oh, my
much of anything. They have poured a huge amount of money into ICE and their immigration agenda. And they've cut taxes for really wealthy people. And now they're trying to unravel a bunch of rules and norms and laws that are already in place.
Stanley.
That's an easier. I say that because
Yes, sir.
Stanley.
we should
Why is this motherfucker relevant?
Well, mainly because Trump is making him relevant.
Really?
Well, whose head did he paste on that cartoon? It was Obama and Michelle Obama. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Trump is making him relevant. Okay, if Trump had not released that disc cartoon, nobody would be talking about Obama.
And you believe that
Trump,
is what
yes,
it is.
Trump constantly brings up Obama and Biden.
And
that's why.
So that proves. So that
if the president, okay, I'm sorry if you're that limited, but if the current president keeps bringing up the past presidents, he's doing it in front of a national audience.
It's never happened.
It's get back. It's get back, Stanley.
They
were trying to prosecute that man.
Okay, I don't know why two of you were talking at the same time.
I don't know. It's never happened before, though, right?
All I'm saying is if you keep bringing up someone's name and you are the president of the United States, you're giving them free publicity. I guarantee you Obama's probably made $1 million in speaking fees just because Trump is Obama's welfare program. Obama's probably making money off of Trump and his maliciousness.
Stanley, do you believe that it's get back? Because they were trying to prosecute Trump when he was in office. Like they were politically trying to.
The problem is it wasn't Obama trying to prosecute him.
Okay.
It was his party, right?
Okay, listen to what I just said, Ignat. Obama wasn't president at the time. So I could maybe understand it's get back against Biden, but Obama had nothing to do with the Justice Department, and all the legal troubles.
Okay, Obama wasn't the only one on that video, though, right?
He was the only one who is a fucking president of the United States.
Again, was Obama the only Democrat?
Again, he was the only one who was a historical figure.
Okay, what I'm basically trying to get to is that he was a Democrat.
What I'm basically doing is shitting on your premise.
Yeah.
No,
that's what he's
what
doing.
you're doing.
You literally, it did not do what you thought it would do.
You can't throw shade at Obama. You can't do that. Not here.
You should not be doing that to former presidents of the United States. The people elected. When you shit on a former president, you're shitting on the people that elected him too.
That's not in the Constitution. You took an oath to follow the Constitution, and goddamn well that's not in the Constitution. You son of a bitch.
What's not in the Constitution? Monkeys?
That you should not disdain a president of the United States.
Well, we know how it works. We know how it works.
You know what? Who was the third president, CK? I watched the whole thing. The thing is that Biden, now that I recall, was in there. Who's the third president? Was it Bush?
I'm not sure.
If I watch it, I'll get a content strike. When I played that video, I wasn't thinking. I didn't get like a real strike, but sometimes they will say, "Hey, you did a copyright thing," and I went in and deleted it. That way, I didn't have to worry about if I ever get monetized. I don't have to go back and edit it out.
Smart. That's smart.
Yeah, well, if I ever get monetized, I'm gonna have to go back and delete a bunch of stuff because I do have like song copyright issues, but they don't songs. They generally don't give you a hard strike, but they'll let you know, hey, there's a problem here. And I haven't figured out. I have to figure out how to. Sometimes you can actually credit. You can list the song in the credits, and it's okay. But anyway, that's details. Trump, Biden, Obama. Okay, well, Trump wasn't. Okay, I see what you're saying. Biden didn't play that much a part. It was the Obamas on the ape thing that was a problem. So
Biden was a baboon.
yeah, okay.
Oh
all
my
I
God.
have to say is at some point this long national nightmare will be over.
Responsibility and the challenge that our job's going to be a little bit harder, because in order for us to get stuff done, like let's say the Affordable Care Act, well, we've got to cobble together a majority, and we've got to persuade, and we've got to convince. And so I do think that there's been some unwillingness on the part of Democrats in the past to break down some of the institutional barriers for us getting stuff done, just because, well, it's always been done that way. And I'll give you an example that frustrated the heck out of me when I was president, which was the filibuster in the Senate.
Oh, shit.
The Senate is already structurally skewed and anti-majoritarian, right? It's hard for majorities to get stuff done, whether it's trying to pass civil rights legislation in the 60s or trying to get gun control legislation or what have you, because even though the majority of people support it, Delaware and Wyoming have the same number of senators as California, right? All right, so that would require a constitutional amendment. You then compound that with a filibuster, and the truth is that Democrats for some time have been traditionalists.
It sounds like you're having involuntary Tourette's-like syndrome.
This motherfucker knows what he's saying. This motherfucker knows what he's saying.
Every smart motherfucker who speaks should know what they're saying. That's kind of a requirement.
I didn't know you worshiped this motherfucker.
We want our presidents to know what they're saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, by the way,
Whatever.
Dave, does RBR still have like a presence on YouTube?
I forgot you worship the son of a bitch, man. I forgot. I thought you hated him, but
hold on one sec, Ryan.
Go ahead.
RBR, is his material still up, Yeti or Dave? I don't worship him, but I do admire him.
Rest in peace, RBR.
I don't.
I think that Obama was literally miles above Trump in intelligence.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you.
In wanting to preserve that, when it blocks us from making government effective, which in turn makes people feel like government is corrupt and not caring about them,
which then lends itself
to the kind of it gives folks like Trump an opening.
Yeah.
Right. So redistricting is another good example of where I strongly believe we should not be having politicians draw lines that determine who's voting for them. We should have voters decide who their politicians are. And I've worked with Eric Holder to help set up the terrific work that
we'll change the rules when we get in.
NDRC has been doing to try to make sure that we have fair maps.
You dislike Obama so much, you have to overtalk him. What
can I say something?
What did Obama do to you?
Can I say something, Stanley?
Did Obama kick sand in your face in the sandbox? Go ahead, Ignat.
What I noticed that is definitely prevalent is that Stanley praises these tap dancers who speak highly and speak very caucus in their.
Wait, hold it. I thought this was Ignat. It's Chenard.
You know who you're talking to. Don't be like that, lady. Now because I'm trying to.
When you said tap dances, first thing I thought of. Wait, is this Chenard?
I'm communicating the way that you can understand. I'm speaking white, and I'm using vernacular that is extremely elaborated, and you can understand that. Can't you? Can't you, boy?
Damn.
That's you tap dancing son of a.
He just called you boy, Stanley. He called you boy.
He called me a boy, and he
A
says
boy.
I'm acting white. God
That's
damn!
weird.
I said that
What have
Stanley
I?
likes
What have
everybody that
I
talks.
done to deserve this kind of treatment?
You like
Well, you're
everybody
showing.
that talks all
You're showing
proper.
this mess. That's why
Jay?
you're showing
And
this
Look,
Obama
mess.
up here
hey,
talking
I'm
proper.
sorry. I'm
Obama,
sorry. I can't soothe your MAGA black soul.
and it's like just because
But
Obama talks
it's
proper,
not my
you gotta
job to
host them
humor
up like
you.
this is the greatest president in the world. Why? Because he's black? He ain't even black.
No,
Anybody with
motherfucker,
a
because
goddamn
he's
sense,
smart. Because he is
because he
smart.
using big words. So you believe
Oh, Lord.
everybody who uses big words is intelligent. That's your
Can I
problem.
ask you? Can I ask you a question, Ignat?
Oh Lord.
Is tap dancer a big word?
Tap dancer.
Yes.
Okay, so you're using big words too.
6 or 8 more, 6 to 8 words are a lot of words. So that's
Okay.
Tap
that's
dancer is
tough.
a big word.
But
Wow.
6 to
Well,
8 words.
if you smush them together, sometimes
He
they'll be
smushed him.
separate words. But when Shenard uses it, it's one word.
Oh well, it goes viral. It goes fucking viral every 20 seconds.
the fact that
Wait, did you say that what's the other platform that BGS uses? Was it Facebook? Hello?
I
Hello?
don't know who BGS is.
He's the Black Gnostic.
Black Gnostic.
I think that's what BGS stands for, Black Gnostic something or another.
What does that mean?
You know what? Let me put it to you this way. I've known about BGS for quite some time because my buddy Fred is a fan. I've listened to him, maybe the last time I listened to like almost a full show was maybe a year ago. And yeah, it was a year ago the last I heard. That should speak volumes.
Governor Newsom here in California and others said, well, if they're going to try to gerrymander their way out of losing this upcoming midterm, then we're going to respond. And we're going to respond in a lawful way where we put it up to a referendum and let people decide and not just give away the store because of traditions. That was the right response. So I do think that I don't want us to simply duplicate the behavior of the other side. I don't want us to have a slash and burn strategy where we don't care about rule of law. We don't care about some of the guardrails around our democracy. We start lying and having no regard for the truth the way the other side seems to be comfortable with right now. Because if that's how we fight, then we lose what we're fighting for. But that doesn't mean we have to get punked or be saps. And or to cling to traditions just for the sake of tradition. I think what we have to continually evaluate is, in this moment in time, how do we make sure that we can advance our agenda in a way that reflects what's good for ordinary folks, not special interests, not simply the well-to-do, and how do we do that in a way that's consistent with integrity, honesty, democracy, the values that we claim to want to uphold? And I think it's possible to do that. But the reason I started with reminding ourselves, yes, we have a harder job because sometimes I think we're tough on Democrats, saying, why aren't you?
Honestly, Ryan, it sounds like you're having an orgasm as
No.
as Obama is talking. You keep going, oh my God. Is he titillating you? Is he titillating you?
He hates his own. No, it's not that.
He's titillating you.
Stanley, while Obama talks, is your ass getting wet right now?
It's just weird. It's just
Hold it. Is my what getting wet?
Is your ass dripping while
Oh, he's going
Obama's
after you. He
speaking?
ain't going after me.
Oh my God! Are you sure you're not on Entwine's channel?
His purple shirt, is that turning you on, Stanley?
Is that actually a purple shirt or is it
He
gray?
just he
I mean, you would know. You're the gay guy. So
You're
tell
the
me.
queer eye. You're the queer eye for the ignorant guy.
I mean, what are you going to tell us? Is
Okay,
Moraine
you are
gay?
literally looking. You're talking about the color of another man's shirt. What does that make you, ignorant?
You ask
You want
another
to know?
man, is
You
he
know?
getting
You want to
hard?
know? You want to know what I think you talking about the
You
color
ask
of another
another man
man's
if he
shirt
was
is?
stroking his penis.
Of course you're gonna overtalk me because you don't want to know what I think you sound like talking about the color of another man's shirt.
You asked Ryan, was he stroking his
You
penis?
sound light in
So
the
which
loafers.
one is worse?
Are your loafers
What's
light today?
gayer?
Are
What's
you wearing you're wearing tasseled loafers, aren't you?
so what's gayer? Me asking a guy, is he jerking off?
Your loafers float on water, don't they?
hang on. He don't want to hear pushback, Paul.
Your loafers float.
Well, see, I believe
Ignorant. I think the best place for you is on mute.
Being as mean and tough and nasty as they are, well, you know, it's you know, when I was president of the United States, I suppose I could have simply unilaterally ordered the military to, you know, go into some red state and harass and intimidate a governor there, or cut off funding for states that didn't vote for me. I could have exercised that prerogative, but that is contrary to how I think our democracy is supposed to work. And I think we shouldn't get discouraged by the fact that we have a tougher job. What we should do is expect that our side is smart enough to figure it out.
So you had mentioned persuasion, and I think that that's a really good point here, because as we eventually head toward a next general election cycle, we're going to be contending with a lot of the same infighting that's plagued Democrats before. You'll often have
listen to these two gentlemen on the panel getting a little
Obama side wants butt sex, so that's why Stanley agrees with this freak show.
I never said
what
that.
color? What exact color is his shirt, Ignorant?
A man who said that gay butt sex is okay can never be my president. You're sick, Stanley.
You do know how weird you sound right now, right?
This is the man who wrote into the law.
You know, I might just have to clip this and release it as a short.
He said men can kiss men.
It's gonna be called Ignorant TV's Dream.
So you wish it was my dream, queer boy. That's what you wish.
Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. I don't hold a candle to your boyfriend Obama.
See, my dream is that we can stand up and be men. And not
you
be
sound like
homosexual.
you sound like Obama rejected you.
See, that's what you wish. You wish you think you're Medea and he's your boyfriend.
Medea? How's Medea in this?
Yeah,
Stanley
you know.
is
Hey,
Medea.
let me put it to you this way: Ignorant is reaching. Ignorant is probably he's pretending he's doing what do they call it? Is it a reach around? He's doing a reach around for Obama.
What's that? What's that?
That's something Stanley used to do in the Navy frequently.
What's that?
He would do it every Thursday. Reach around. That's what he used to call it. Him and his boys.
Oh shit! Diwali says you're in the Epstein files. Is that true?
What
is Diwali correct that you're in the Epstein files there, Ignorant?
Duale, I hope when you pick up a banana with your feet that you step on a nail. The next time you eat a banana with your feet, I hope it's a nail.
Banana's rice. Banana's rice. Yeah, I heard that.
What's going on, Diwali? Hit the link, Diwali. I haven't talked
You
with you in a
know,
while.
Diwali has that zebra Wi-Fi. It doesn't run all the time.
What?
You know what? You are shaming your elders, Ignat. The African elders are ashamed at that comment.
They can kiss my ass.
Yes,
Oh, they're gonna kiss your ass, all right.
Leftists and progressives butting up against liberals and moderates. And look, you are the ultimate pragmatist. And so what advice do you have as we head toward this election cycle, this eventual 2028 election cycle, so that we don't devolve into the same, 2016 era Bernie Hillary redux that feels like it always consumes the left?
Well, look, first of all, I think it's important to remember that the divisions in the Democratic Party tend to get magnified in the media. Relative to the divides that exist in most other countries, where you have a parliamentary system, you have multiple parties, and you got Green Party, and you got the center left party, and you've got a socialist party, and sometimes you got a communist party.
Yeah.
Our differences get exaggerated. Listen, Bernie Sanders believes, just like Nancy Pelosi believes, just like Chuck Schumer believes, just like Hakeem Jeffries believes, just like AOC believes, in equality and non-discrimination against people because of race or gender or sexual orientation. Well, all Democrats believe in that. That's a core value. Democrats believe that government should provide a strong safety net for people when they're down on their luck. Everybody I just mentioned believes in that. Everybody believes that there should be some regulation of the market so that you don't have monopolies and oligopolies that are simply dictating the terms of the economy, and that we should have a tax system that levels out some of the inequalities that result. So I think it's important for us to remind ourselves as a starting point, what do we have in common? Most of the time, the differences are tactical. Right? It has to do with, well, how much of a tax hike can people put up with? How much regulation should we be thinking about when it comes to climate change? And if we recognize that typically the arguments in the Democratic Party aren't about core values, but are really around tactics and how do you get stuff done, now we can have a robust debate. And I want a robust debate.
Yeah.
And what we can also do is not try to nationalize every issue all the time. This last off-year election, I think, was a great example. You've got a candidate like Spanberger in Virginia, who runs what would be considered a more centrist campaign and runs a terrific campaign. And then you've got Mondami in New York, who runs a explicitly socialist grassroots campaign and excites and mobilize folks. And that can win in New York City. It probably could not win in Virginia. And that's okay. That's healthy.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think we get into arguments. A recent one, this idea that the quote unquote abundance agenda is somehow a sellout, and folks on the left getting exercised because, this is part of this sort of corporate Democrats trying to take over the party. Well, no, not really. What I think it is entirely legitimate to say, for example, we need to build more affordable housing, which is going to require higher taxes on people like me and people who are well off in order to subsidize the construction of affordable housing, let's say in a place like California, and also be able to say, you know what, there are a bunch of well-intentioned rules and zoning laws and so forth that baby boomers like me and existing homeowners have used to block the construction of affordable housing, even in democratic cities. And so if we want to actually deliver housing rather than have some abstract argument, then we got to figure out not an either or of do we spend more money or do we reform some of these things that are preventing the construction of affordable housing. We have to do both. And I want us to have those arguments. And one last thing I think that's I've noticed in a lot of our internal arguments, a lot of which, by the way, are taking place online, and ordinary voters, this is all completely off their radar screen. Yeah. One of the things I think it's important for Democrats, for us also to recognize, progressives to recognize, folks on the left to recognize, it's possible for us to have a moral sense of what is right and true and what needs to be done, and also recognize that we are in a particular time and place here in America, and voters are not going to agree with us 100% on everything. And so it is not a sellout. It's not a betrayal to say that we're going to shape our agenda and our message in a way that allows us to build a working majority to get stuff done. And I think particularly around social issues, sometimes we get confused around this. You witness what happened in Minneapolis, and you say to yourself, morally speaking, that 5-year-old child who's standing in front of that SUV as his father's being dragged off, that child is equal to mine or any child. His immigration status, his nationality does not change the love and decency that we should be showing that child. But what is also true is that we're a nation of laws, we have borders, and we've got to figure out an immigration policy that is orderly and that is fair and is enforced in a sensible way that is compatible with our values, but may not fully capture the degree to which that kid should have the same chances in life as a U.S. citizen kid. But, you know, we've got to accommodate the reality that the majority of the American people think that there's a difference between somebody who's a U.S. citizen and somebody who's not, and that they want an orderly immigration system. And sometimes I think what happens in the online debate is if somebody suggests, well, we have to have some immigration enforcement, then somebody's going to point at that child and say, well, so you don't care about that kid. Yeah. So you must be a bad person. The same would be true, let's say, here in Los Angeles around the homeless issue. I think morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy, we have people just on the streets. And we should have we should insist on policies that recognize their full humanity, people who are houseless, and be able to provide them the help and resources that they need. But we should also recognize that the average person, you know, doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown, and that we're not going to be able to build a working majority and support for the resources that we need to help folks like that, whether it's drug treatment or temporary housing or what have you. We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want, because that's a losing political strategy. That doesn't mean that we care less about.
It's like if you listen
those
to
folks,
him,
it means
all
if we
he's
really
saying
care
is
about them, then
we're
we
not going to do
try to-
anything. That's all he's saying. That's all Democrats say.
Wait,
We're
hold it.
not
What's
gonna
that?
do.
What's that crying sound?
All he's saying is
Lord.
we're not gonna do
Is that
anything.
Ain't no
you?
phone in the back.
Like
Is that
if
you,
you
Ignorant?
if you had the intellectual mind to understand and wrap up what he's saying, all he's saying is we're not gonna do nothing about nothing, but line our pockets with money. That's all
Who is
Democrats
we?
do.
Who is the we?
All the whole
Who
left,
is the we?
the whole left.
The whole left. He said it with a
Democrat,
cry in
liberal.
his voice.
Or maybe you gotta
Go
turn
ahead,
your gay.
song blue. Do you take
Listen,
requests? Do you know Neil Diamond's sung blue? You
you gotta
sang it with a cry in your voice.
turn your gay monitor down, and
Dude,
maybe it
you
won't hit. It
literally
won't sound like that.
you sound pitiful. Do you want a
Well, you
cookie?
sound gay, so I'd rather sound
Yeah, I sound
pitiful
gay, but I'm
than
not
like.
the one crying. I don't have a
Oh,
cry in my
Okay,
voice.
I'd rather cry than like anus. Like you like men's butt, so I'd rather be the one
Wait, hold it.
crying
I
than the
like
girl.
what? I like
You
what?
like men's hairy ass. That's
oh,
your
Really?
yeah. That's your
oh.
Really?
aphrodisiac. That's your
Do I
aphrodisiac.
really?
Yeah,
You
yeah. You
came
eat.
all the way up to Stanley versus the World panel to talk about men's hairy asses? What's wrong with you, Ignorant?
Stanley, I didn't know that about you.
Is it a slow is it a slow day for you at home?
I missed something.
Yeah. See, Stanley been liking
You
that
didn't miss much, Ryan.
since he was
Okay.
young. He always liking
Oh,
that. That was his favorite
he
food to
does?
eat.
I
He
didn't know that.
literally wants to sit up here talking about
I saw his
the
goddamn
most
communist. That's all.
disgusting things he can dude, it's
That's weird.
Sunday.
I
Did you
just
go
saw
to
his
You
church
are.
goddamn
today?
communist.
Did you pray with that potty mouth?
Why would I go to church and it's gonna be all
Right?
guys like you there,
Dude, it
gay guys?
sounds like you need it.
It's gonna be a
It
bunch of gay
sounds
guys
like you
there.
need it. You need to pray away your talking about men's hairy asses. It's truly strange.
Does
See,
every
that's
man have a hairy ass?
Okay, I
ask
don't
Stanley.
know.
He
I
would
I don't
don't
know.
know either.
know.
That's
I
weird.
don't look at men's asses, but
Who does
Ignat
that?
knows their hair.
Cats.
Ignat knows
I don't
they're
know.
hairy. How do you
That's the
I don't
know
know.
cats,
this?
Stanley.
How do you know that men's asses are hairy, Ignat?
Stanley,
That's
you was in
weird.
the Navy. You
Yeah,
know.
this dude is strange.
I don't know. I've never heard of that in my life.
You were taking showers.
We might have to take up a collection for his Pray Away the Gay class.
I can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Oh, come on now. We got to help our brother Ignat.
No, I have to have a limit. God damn.
Y'all pray for our brother Ignat.
Oh my God. That's weird. I thought he was cool.
He is. But,
I ain't
all I
shaving nobody's
have to say
hair.
is I encourage people like Ignat to be who they are. There's nothing wrong with who he is. But he needs to understand that this is a family panel. We don't talk about men's hairy asses.
No. I disavow.
We try
Yeah,
not to.
Yeah, let's talk about
Try to figure out
diplomacy.
how do we gain majority support and be practical in terms of what we can get through
But
at this moment in
Obama's up
time
here, so
and build on those victories. That a lot of times is the arguments that are taking place, but they
I bet his
become
ass ain't hairy.
sort of performative, and people start saying, oh, you're selling out, or conversely, I think sometimes folks at the center say, you're being impractical and dismissing legitimate critiques and concerns. And what we need to be able to do is to maintain both ideas at the same time, which is our long-term goals have to be driven by our values and our core beliefs and our ethics and our morals, in the sense that every person counts. And short-term, we got to win elections.
Right.
And anyway, the good news is, I think that the folks that we are fighting politically,
Oh, folks.
the current White House, this administration, and their enablers, they're behaving so badly. They're doing such crazy stuff that it shouldn't be hard for our side to coalesce.
You deported more
around the
motherfuckers
areas
than
where we
anybody.
agree on and focus on that.
Let me address Harry's point here. He's asking, why doesn't Obama address the people coming here? They're not coming here anymore. They closed down the border. Why? I assume he keeps the Democratic Party viable, which is a conflict of interest. Are you talking about Trump or are you talking about Obama, Aries? Can you help me out? Are you talking? So what at the point of listening? Okay, Aries, I'm actually not sure what your point or what your question is. Obama doesn't have to worry about immigration because he's not president anymore. But I will highlight that he deported more people than Biden or Trump. So he did his job as president addressing immigration. Trump is yet to do as well.
And I think that that is going to happen if we are effective in winning the midterms. If we then have a robust primary for who's going to be the next Democratic president.
I'm sorry. What
we shouldn't be afraid of having a robust.
No, I'm just asking. Was that a shout out to Trump?
No, it's actually Obama did better deporting people than Trump has done so far.
But deportations are bad.
Okay, listen to what I said because obviously you weren't listening. Trump has yet to do as well as Obama did. When Obama was president, he addressed immigration by deporting more illegals than Trump has done. Obama did his job as president. Trump has yet to do as well.
Okay. Here, go ahead.
Debate. I want all comers to sort this out. I benefited from having about as grueling a primary as I could have. It made me a better candidate. It ultimately made me a better president because I had been tested. My ideas had been tested. The story I was telling about America had been tested. And that's what we should be looking for rather than expecting that somehow we're going to all come up with some consensus blueprint master plan that everybody's going to execute.
Oh my God.
Democrats aren't good at doing that anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think, one block of voters who I think there has been particular focus paid to right now is young voters. And you were able to mobilize a generation of young voters in a way that hadn't been done before. I got involved in politics because of you. And in fact, a lot of millennials, folks my age, got involved in politics because of you. Like when I was a student, you could not find any other students on campus who were not supporting your campaign. Democrats and you had owned the cultural zeitgeist in a way that hadn't been done before, and frankly hasn't been done since. And we've seen a shift happen, obviously, from 2008, 2012 up to 2024.
Right.
And for the first time, we saw Democrats really lose their grip on culture in a way that hadn't happened before. And so what is your advice in terms of remobilizing a generation of Americans that we've had trouble mobilizing up to this point?
Well, look, part of it has to do with the fact that I was young.
Yeah.
And
maybe don't nominate octogenarians.
Look, I'm 64 now. I'm pretty healthy. 64.
Oh, why?
Feel great.
Yeah.
But the truth is, half of the references that my daughters make about social media, TikTok, etc., I don't know who they're talking about.
Yeah.
There is an element of, at some point, you age out. You're not connected directly to the immediate struggles that folks are going through. And so
Don't care.
I'm not making a hard and fast rule here, but I do think that Democrats do well when we have candidates who are plugged into the moment, to the zeitgeist, to the times, and the particular struggles that folks are thinking about as they look towards the future rather than look backward toward the past. And so some of it is choosing candidates who check that box. I do think that there is an element of joy that Democrats lost sometimes. That our campaign was fun.
They lied.
Look, it wasn't always fun for me.
They're running up money to
we
fund
built
it.
a community.
Oh my goodness! Let me stop the video so you can speak.
Oh, absolutely, Stanley.
What you got to say?
Well, they're running enough money to fund their bullshit to steal the election. $200 billion, they still lost. Yeah, I know. Laugh, motherfucker.
Yeah, okay.
I'll laugh too. They still lost.
Let's see. Omancer says he flirted with populist left ideals. And ending in when he became president, he started more. That's an interesting point, Omancer. Universal health care is a left populist idea. And now my question to you, Mr. Omancer, what's better, left populist or right populist? Because the right populists aren't proposing universal health care. I need your analysis. The link is pinned if you want to come up, Omancer. Very good point. I have to give you credit.
If you are part of this, you're doing something meaningful. And it wasn't just talk. Young people ran our campaigns. We empowered them. We put them in charge. They were out there figuring stuff out. I'm not the person who was figuring out our media strategy. I was not the person who was out there, knocking on doors and talking to voters.
No, you just made other people do it.
Creating events. It was 20 and 30-year-olds. And so
what a bitch.
What happened in our campaign and what you recently saw in Mondami's campaign in New York.
Yeah.
When there's that sense of joy and engagement and involvement, then people feel like, all right, this is not just some transactional grind. This is me becoming part of a community.
This old pot smoking motherfucker.
And joining with others. And I think young people respond to that.
He don't know shit.
A corollary to that is I do think that culturally, and I've talked about this
got a question for you, Ryan. Do you
Go
hate
ahead, Stanley.
Do you hate Obama?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But the motherfucker is the bullshitter, man. He's a goddamn bullshitter.
Do you love Trump?
Do I love Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because he's the opposite.
Gotcha.
Oh,
wait. There's more? There's more? You want to profess your love for Trump more? Go ahead.
Well, he's the opposite of that motherfucker, man.
I'm interested now.
No, you're not.
Go ahead.
You just want to make a thing.
Sing a hymn to Trump.
I can't sing, motherfucker.
Dude, hey, this is like T's karaoke. You don't have to carry a tune. You just have to sing the song.
I ain't got a bucket. To carry my tune in, man.
Come on now. Don't be shy. All right.
Go ahead.
Isn't Isn't it?
I thought
Do you want to profess your love for Donald Trump too?
I voted for him.
I just want to say Donald Trump is he's a orange that's left in the sun. He's dried up raisin orange, and he's a disgusting pig who wants to sleep with his own daughter. And Obama is a homosexual loving half breed who is more chimp than he is black. I digress.
What?
Okay.
What that mean? What that mean?
Hey, Yeti asked you a question here. He says, Ryan Bardwell, what is Trump's middle name?
John. Donald John
Okay,
Trump.
he knows his middle name, right? And he asks,
And?
how much do you love Trump?
Enough to keep him in power.
Do you you love Trump a whole bunch? Ryan?
What?
Do you love Trump a whole bunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course I do.
Mm-hmm. Of course you do.
I think there was a certain way of talking about issues for Democrats where we sounded like scolds.
I love a man who is comfortable expressing his love.
Like y'all love Obama.
I love.
That's why you're showing it.
You are in touch with your feelings, and I appreciate that. I appreciate.
Okay. Well, you're showing Obama.
Next time you come up to this panel, we need to do a virtual drum circle.
Wow. Why would you do that, Stanley?
We can express. We can
You
express.
don't need me for that, Stanley.
We can
You don't need me for
express.
that.
I will give you time to express your love for other men.
Why?
Powerful.
Why?
You have a love for powerful men, do you?
Yeah, I do. Why?
You know what? All I have to say is I admire a sensitive man like you.
Well, you know,
and I've said this before.
Go ahead.
There was a
what you had more?
virtue
You want to
signaling-
profess your love more? Go ahead.
What?
Oh, don't let me stop you from the outpouring of love. Did you send Trump a Valentine's Day card, by the way?
What?
Did you send Donald Trump a Valentine's Day card? You said you love him.
No. Yeah.
You did?
No.
Did it say Donald J. Trump, please be my Valentine?
Well, if I did, it wouldn't change nothing. You know.
Oh, it wouldn't change nothing, but you never know. You never know. I hear Donald Trump loves. I hear Donald Trump loves Valentine's
Move on,
Day card.
Stanley. Move on.
I hear that Donald
Move
Trump
on.
did not get I heard he didn't get a Valentine's Day card from Melania.
Move on. You're so funny, Stanley. You're so funny.
Hey, all I have to do is I'm laughing at my own jokes because I am much
know,
amused.
right? Like smelling your own
Chenard,
farts.
salute.
Like smelling your own farts.
Yeah, peace to the panel, the chat.
Go ahead.
Did you come up here to express your love for Donald Trump as well?
He did.
No.
He
I'm gonna ask Ryan a question.
Go ahead.
Yo, Ryan, do you
go
have,
right ahead. You
do you have
right
a
ahead
MAGA
and ask
sticker on
your
your
question,
whip?
brother?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what?
You got a MAGA sticker?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And having a right.
You have a MAGA sign on front of your house?
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh,
no, I'm asking, do you have a MAGA, like a MAGA?
Okay, you're gonna come there and tap dance on me? No.
What is that buzzing sound? Is that your vibrator, Chenard?
This is EBT.
This motherfucker is using a vibrator while he's on my panel. Can you
Yeah,
can
well,
you
You
stop
always on
that?
some gay shit, man.
This is a family show.
That's the
see,
first
like
thing you
that.
thought when you heard
Okay,
a vibration
literally,
on my
it's
phone.
literally you are the
You
Weird.
don't
one
know if I
buzzing.
plugged in
He's a
my.
weirdo.
You are the one buzzing,
You
sir,
know,
not
Stanley, he
me.
hates you. So
Is that why he came up to this panel?
just he ain't anybody else alive.
He
You're
came
Yeah,
up.
the only
let's
one
get you
alive,
tap dancing.
Stanley.
I asked
Oh,
Ryan. I want to talk to
can't be
Ryan
the
real
only
quick.
one
Give me a
live.
Oh,
second.
you ain't gonna talk to me. No, go talk to little
I
Ryan.
think. I thought he
Yeah,
came up to
he
share.
can't answer
Weird.
questions, man. I don't know why. I don't
He's
know why he can't
weird.
answer questions. Why can't you answer questions,
It
bro?
sound.
Why are you
Honestly,
I
scared of
don't
my
know.
questions, man?
it sounded like he answered your
Every time
question.
I come up here, this dude runs,
What?
Which dude?
Hey, man.
and of course Stanley
What are
tap
you?
dances
Yeah,
for him.
I'm kind of confused myself. What are you
I don't know.
talking about?
Why
That's
did you
weird.
assume that I like Trump, Stanley? Why'd you assume that?
Well, I don't know. Ryan was professing his love, and then you came
Yep.
up.
So you don't know.
Thought,
You
Mm-hmm.
just said
I
it
That's
thought,
weird,
for.
huh?
Why'd you say
no.
it?
What you're gonna do, Shenard, is let me finish my sentence. You came up while Ryan was professing his love for Trump. I
Mm-hmm.
just thought you came up to share in the praise.
No.
No, it took me It took me a while to come up. I was in the back for a
Why
while,
did it
for a
take
couple of
you a
minutes, a couple of
while?
seconds.
So,
Did
wow.
you have to charge your phone to come up here?
Or find it.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Where's my damn phone?
No,
But like,
Where's
again,
my
why
Obama
why
phone?
did you assume that
I asked
I
you the
voted for Trump?
question.
Why'd you say that?
You voted for Trump? Really? Wow.
No, I'm saying, why would you assume that I voted for Trump?
Because you came up while Ryan was praising Trump. I thought you were
Mm-hmm.
just here to
Again, how
sing
does that indicate
okay.
that
If
I
you
voted for
interrupt me
Trump?
again, dude, you will let me finish.
I was in the back for like a
Oh,
couple of seconds.
You will
you
let me
see?
finish, correct?
You see?
You came up while Ryan was singing the praises. I just thought you wanted to join the chorus. My bad if I got it
Bro,
wrong.
just
Okay, I'm
you
not your
cooked yourself.
goddamn
Just say
bro.
that.
Don't call me your bro because I'm not your bro.
Ain't your buddy punk?
You were tap dancing. That's what you were doing. That's why you
Is
said I
that what
voted
I
for
was
Trump.
is that what I was
You were
doing?
tap
So
dancing.
you
Yes.
came all the way up here to listen to the tap 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 of my shoes?
Came to ask Ryan a question, and then
What's
I
the
ain't
you
question?
answering.
tap danced to try to
What's the
deflect and
question?
cut me off.
Oh
And then you
You
motherfucker,
threw me
can't
in the
make me
back. You
do
brought me
shit.
back, and you keep cooking yourself, man.
oh
Stanley
dude, I'm not,
knows.
And
all
that's
I
why
have
your
to say,
grandchildren are gonna be white.
Shenard. So what if they are? What's wrong
What
with
if
white
Tap dance
grandchildren?
your whole DNA
Tell me,
away.
you goddamn racist. What's wrong with white grandchildren? You're a motherfucking racist, aren't you,
How
Shenard?
rude.
You
How rude.
hate yourself.
Oh, listen to
You
this
hate yourself.
You
racist.
see what he was
God damn
doing?
it. Who
Who
You
the
does
wanted
it?
to
next
make
time,
sure your
the next
grandchildren were
time,
white.
the next time someone says black people can't be racist, I'm going to show them a picture of King Shenard.
But
Hey,
you have books
goddamn it.
about
Stanley, who gets to ask
Motherfucker,
you that?
what's
I
the other
have
He
books.
author?
didn't ask you
I
that?
have books
Francis Cress
about racist.
What's the name of that author?
Hey,
Do you
Shenard.
have any of her books?
Weird.
Shenard, why do you hate white children?
Francis Cress
Why
Welsing,
do
something
you
like that.
hate white children?
You have all these books in your house. Are you
Why
gonna,
do you
let
hate
your white grandchildren read them?
children? If my grandkids
I
are
didn't say
white,
that. I don't hate anybody.
why are you hating on white children?
Yeah, they can't help it.
Shenard.
I mean, why are you playing
Shenard,
Obama right now?
tell us why you virulently hate white children. What do white children
You
do to
see your
you?
son. You see Obama in your son. He's
Now
half
you
white,
want to
just like
talk
your
about
son.
you wanted to talk about my son. Now let's talk about my son's future children, you fucking freak.
Weird.
They're gonna be white.
Why do you hate children who don't exist?
Who does
And
that?
say, what are you talking about?
Yeah, this
You
motherfucker's a
said it.
weirdo. My
You
son,
You're
fucking said it.
my son is still in school, but you're hating on what's to be? Dude, you're a weirdo.
Stanley, I
My
guarantee your
listen,
boy's
you
bigger than
can't.
this
my
motherfucker.
son has not even
Stanley, you're not pro-black.
had
Just
kids.
cut this
You are
bullshit,
literally
man. You're
talking
not
about
pro-black.
my
You'll
son's
never be
kids.
pro-black.
Okay,
Your life
dude,
choices
I'm not
shows
pro
that.
stupidity. What you're not going to do is squirm away from your goddamn racism. You hate grandkids who aren't even
All
here,
those
you
books
bitch.
in your house,
Hey, you bitch.
are you gonna
You
pass them
are
on to your white grandchildren?
horrible
Are you gonna
child-hating
pass
motherfucker. You are a
those
child-hating motherfucker.
those
Who
books to
hates
learn about
children?
whites to your white
Who
grandchildren?
hates children?
Are you gonna do that?
You are
Are you
literally
putting words in
hating
my
on
mouth?
children to be. They don't even
You're
exist and you
cooked.
hate them. What kind of
You're cooked.
motherfucking racist are
All
you, Sean?
those books on your bookshelf, are you gonna pass them on to your grandchildren?
Dude, I don't even have grandkids.
Are
And
you
you're
answer the
talking
question?
about
Are
it?
you gonna pass those
You
books to your
are a
grandchildren?
motherfucking
Because when they
weirdo.
look at you,
You
they're gonna
are
look. They're gonna
literally
say to
talking
themselves, "Who
about
the
people.
fuck is this clown?
These
Who is
people
this
don't even
clown?
exist. You weirdo. They don't
Calling
exist.
himself my grandfather. Who is
They
this?
do not exist, but you're talking about them. You're making up people to be racist about.
Try to
What's
walk in
wrong with you?
public with your future
What's
grandchildren and see what will
wrong
happen
with
to you.
you, Shenard? What's wrong with you?
All the
Weird.
whites around are
You
gonna call
are
the police on
literally,
you.
you are literally a black man making a goddamn fool of himself
And then you gotta
about
prove
people,
to them that these are your
about
grandchildren.
people,
Imagine having to do that.
Nah,
about people who don't
shit,
exist.
Tar. You're a tap dancer.
My grandkids don't even exist, yet you're racist against them? What kind of
Shenanigans
weirdo?
from
What kind of weirdo created you, son?
he's from
Were you
Haiti. He's not
abused as a
American.
child? The fuck?
Yeah, he ate the banana pills.
So let
with
me
the
go
banana.
again. Let me ask Ron this question. Don't butt in, bro.
Motherfucker, you're
You don't
done
All
asking
right.
questions.
know.
It's time. Hey, Shenard, it's time for you to answer questions,
This ain't my channel, dude.
you
Good channel.
horrible, child-hating, miserable man. Why do you hate kids? That's the first question. Why do you hate my
So yeah.
grandkids who don't
So
exist?
Ryan.
Dude, why
Ash,
do you hate my future grandkids? You will not ask a question until you answer that question. You miserable black man.
he's a motherfucker, ain't he?
He's
It's
a
a real
weirdo.
motherfucker.
This motherfucker's a weirdo.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Dude.
There's something wrong with
I don't
Stanley,
know.
man.
Oh no, there's something wrong with you.
I ain't
There
said
would
a
be some-
goddamn thing to this motherfucker,
There
and
would
he's
be
coming
some-
I don't
after
know if he
me.
hears voice.
There would be something wrong with me if I did not question what's wrong with you, Shenard. Why are you talking about my future
Why is he
grandkids?
like that?
Because you're a tap dancer.
Oh, here we go. Tap dancing.
You
devil
get it now.
You're gonna blame my
He gonna bring
future
that shit over here.
grandkids. He's gonna see. This is the height of racism.
I don't get it.
You
I
are
don't know.
blaming my
racism.
grandkids. You blaming my grandkids for their grandfather, their future grandfather. Shenard, you are a miserable black man.
Stanley,
I'm
I'm
not
sure
gonna
at this
even
point,
call you the
when
grandfather.
he says tap
So stop. Don't
dancing,
even
that's
call
like
yourself a grandfather.
that's
That's where
voodoo.
he
He's
calls
putting
me out,
voodoo.
Stanley.
Tap dancing
They're
is like
not
a
gonna look
voodoo.
at you as the grandfather.
Listen to this
This
dude.
motherfucker calls me out.
Dude, not only is he
Oh,
a
I'm doing right.
miserable, not only is he a miserable black man, he's got an echo in that room.
Yeah, well, and
What
her
a
the chirp.
weirdo.
You hear that chirp?
He's in the
You hear that chirp?
basement of his. He's in
Well,
his
I figured
mom's basement.
I thought it was a bird chirping. apparently it's not birds.
I tell you what, Shenard wakes up every goddamn day. I'm gonna hate on everybody. I'm gonna go to every panel I can and hate.
What
Yeah,
is wrong with that boy?
Fucking weird.
What
Shenard
is
sounds
wrong
Look
with
at
like
these
that
tap
boy?
dancers in this white tap dancing ally. See how y'all
Shenard
switch up
sounds
quickly?
like
What is
he
wrong
wiped
with
his
this
Ignorant,
boy?
that fat ass clown, this fat
Shenard,
piece of shit,
Who
Shenard
does
sounds
that?
like he wiped his ass.
tap dancing fat piece of shit is
You
up
use
here. I
your
didn't
feet
even
to
say a
wipe
word
your
to you,
ass.
and you tap dancing.
Shitard. Hey, Shitard.
Shenard, I told you need to tell me why you hate my white grandkids. Why are you a racist like
the
that?
the way you act, Stanley? I see why John got rid of you.
Motherfucker, do you
See why he
honestly
got
think
rid of
I
you.
give a fuck about what you think?
Yeah.
You don't behave like a man.
Drop a goddamn cash out. How about that?
You're 60 years old.
Whoa. You want me to
You're not a
behave like
man.
you want me to behave like a man? Why do you want me to
Shenard.
behave like a man, you fucking
does
weirdo?
Who does that?
He behaves like a
behave like a woman. A woman.
Why do you need me to be masculine? I'm not gay like you.
Because you behave like a woman.
Shenard, you
But
behave
why
like
do
a
you
Pokemon.
care? See,
Like an elderly woman.
This dude wants to come up and start demanding that I act like the man he wants me to be. This is the height of gayness.
He needs a
He has
real
some
man,
issues
Stanley.
with his mama. He hates his mama, Stanley.
Stanley, you're projecting.
No, I'm sorry, I'm
lack
not
self-
projecting. You hate white kids and you want me to be your man. You are
That's fucking
weird,
man. He come up in there and got our business.
This white Ryan is defending you now.
Listen to him.
Earlier he was talking shit because you have Obama up here.
You don't know
Now
what
he's
color he
defending
is.
you.
Why is he
Stanley,
hating on white people?
You trust
like
these
this?
white tap dancing allies. Why do you
You
trust
don't
them
know
so
if
much?
Ryan
You know
is
what?
Why do
white.
you
I
trust
trust
Ryan so much? That's a snake.
How dare you?
Because
How
he's
dare
a
you?
better man than you.
That's a hillbilly country ass snake.
Hey, motherfucker.
You
I'm
don't
judging
know if he's
Ryan by
white.
the content of his character. You racist.
Motherfucker. See?
That's a rattlesnake.
That's sick, man.
I'm
That's
judging,
sick.
I'm
Snake in the
judging
grass,
man
bro.
by the content of his character.
You
What
got
a bitch.
Obama up here. He
What a
was
bitch.
what do you feel about him
He's
having
a
Obama up
tether,
here,
just
Ryan?
like you. Obama's a tether like
You're gonna stay silent now, right? Sick of you
Ryan
white
doesn't-
clowns. I'm
Ryan
tired of
does
you
not
white
talk-
tap dancing allies.
Ryan does not talk.
Huh?
Ryan does not talk to racist, Shenard.
Yeah.
You racist,
Tell him,
you
Stanley.
racist, white child hating, miserable old black
Yeah.
man.
You tell
Stop
him.
hating on kids.
Yeah. Motherfucker. I'm
Is
done.
Ryan racist, Stanley? Is he
You
racist?
shut the hell up. I can
Are
be
you
what I
racist,
want to be.
Shenard? That's
Ryan, is
spell
Stanley a
racist?
tap dancer? Yes or no?
you're.
I
and
ain't
you
Spell
know-
racist.
shit, Shenard. You leave me
Ignorant,
alone.
is Stanley a tap
motherfucker.
dancer? Yes or no?
You leave Stanley alone, goddammit. You don't hear shit.
You racist
Is
bitch.
Ryan a snake in the grass,
See?
Stanley? Yes or no?
See how you
Look at him.
That's
Look
retarded.
at him. He
I
can't.
ain't doing
He
it. I
can't
ain't doing
win
it.
against me.
I ain't
So
playing
he
You
this.
has
switch up around white tap dancing allies. Why?
you, Shenard, are a
What a
racist,
mess. What a mess.
and we understand that you are
This is
racist.
a hillbilly,
Man,
a
man.
redneck,
We are okay with
I know
racist
trailer
Stanley.
trash.
trailer trash.
They keep supporting these
Oh
tap
my
dancing
God.
channels. Sends them hundreds
What?
of dollars.
And it's tax deductible.
Motherfucker.
Shenard,
So let me
you a
ask you
pocket
again,
watcher.
Stanley.
Okay,
Yo,
I
he's
get
a
it
pocket
now.
watcher.
I get it now. He is
Get off
mad.
my ass,
Pocket
because-
watching
man.
Haitian
He
poor son of a bitch.
Well, anyway, I do want to get back to this Obama video because
Yeah,
you know what,
go ahead.
Shenard?
We hear more fuck
we
shit.
understand your
What a mess.
what do we call them?
He's weird.
You're,
He's
you're
fucking weird.
he's damaged goods and he just needs to hang out.
That made it seem as
Who
if
does that?
ordinary folks, if they did
Bernard.
not say
Another
things
black
in
man down
exactly
the
the right
drain.
way or meet this
Another
litmus
black
test,
man down the
Fucking weird.
drain.
that they were being
Hell, he's banned everywhere.
chastised, pushed away. And the truth is, most of us, all of us, are complicated, and we have blind spots. And sometimes we say dumb
Obama
stuff.
acts like he about to
And
cry
we-
right now.
And if you want,
Damn, and you just felt like blurting that out?
Mm-hmm. Just mute him.
What is wrong? Hey, Savage. Oh, well, Savage says the panel sounds like females. Oh my Lord. Another one. Hey, Savage, have you
Me?
seen? Let me no. You know what?
I can drive.
Savage only dates white women.
Savage is just blurting shit out.
Savage only dates white women, so he doesn't know how females talk.
Well, come on now. I married a white woman. Let's shout out to white women. They are okay.
You're a tap dancer.
Don't you be shitting on white women. They are women
weird.
after all.
Who does that?
You know what? Someone who doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's I am kind of
I love white
disappointed
women.
and surprised and ignorant.
I love white women. They give the best blowjobs.
Hey, pause.
This is, I knew this might happen today, and apparently we don't need Mike 123 here for this show to just fucking spin out of control.
You see how Ryan took offense when he said that?
I didn't notice. Tell us how he took offense.
He said pause. Why did you say pause?
What, dude? You don't want to. I promise you.
Mention, Brian, you know these are tap dancers, bro. Just say it. Just say the tap dancers. They want to tap dance the whole lineage away.
I don't know why you make it a thing, man. It's weird.
Just call them tap dancers, bro. Just say it.
No, I'm not.
Hold on.
That's why I can't stand these white tap dancing allies, man.
Hold on one sec.
Bernard, calm down.
Hey, Savage. I that link that I sent you is the song that I made with your work. And I did credit you in the video. So for folks who might need theme songs or content creators, go to Savage. He wrote a good song. Also, if you happen to be a content creator, feel free to share your links and other information in the chat.
Yo, Ryan, what do you think about interracial marriage?
That is welcoming and makes people feel, okay, there's room for me here.
Can't even answer questions.
The message and the story we tell has to be, all right, none of us are perfect.
Snake.
All of us count. We all have good in us that we can tap into. We can all learn from each other. And I think that is something we need to recover. That's part of the fun of politics. That's part of the community and the social bonding that can come about. And we saw that in Minneapolis. I mean, somebody showed me a friend of mine, Michelle Norris, is from Minnesota, and she was up there and she was going around talking to neighbors and people she had known for a long time as they were mobilizing protests and activities around ICE. And she showed me a clip of this street band that was performing every night after all these activities had been taking place and protests, etc. And they were just out there and they were playing music, and I'm trying to figure out how they were playing, horns and drums, etc. in like 0 degree weather, because I would not have been able to put my lips on.
Oh my God!
Trump,
He said, "Put his lips on."
and
Oh my
people
God.
were celebrating.
He loves to put his lips on stuff.
And it was an
Weird.
embodiment of the values that make us care about other people. And that, I think, is a spirit that when Democrats tap into that spirit, then we win. The other side does the mean, angry,
demagoguery,
exclusive, us, them, divisive politics.
He's saying
their
shit
home court.
and not knowing he's saying.
Our court
what?
is
I'm sorry,
what?
Stanley.
coming together.
He's saying shit without knowing he's saying shit. He hates his own fucking party, man.
Really?
He does,
That's what you got from that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about his own party.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
He knows they're fucking a mess. Number one,
man, y'all are Obama.
Stanley,
Y'all are
ran.
Obama whisperers. Y'all know what Obama's thinking?
Well, I just know what he's saying, dude.
Oh, you do?
See, Stanley thinks because he's
what
saying nice
what
words.
else is Obama thinking?
Stanley likes when people talk proper. He doesn't really listen to what they're saying.
Oh, wait, hold on,
long
sir.
vernacular.
Sir, that's properly, not properly. So you got some work to do there, Ignat.
Our court is a great example. Wasn't political. Bad Bunny's halftime.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah.
Well, it resonated. It was smart because it wasn't preaching. It was showing. It was demonstrating and displaying. This is what a community is. And people who did not speak Spanish and have never been to Puerto Rico, they saw that elderly woman serving a drink and the kids dancing with their grandmas, and it was intergenerational, and it was a reminder of what Dr. King called the beloved community can look like, which is not perfect, and it's messy sometimes. And
messy.
I guarantee you, not all those lyrics were probably politically correct.
Oh my God!
If you translated them, and
you okay, Ryan? Wait, hold it. Do we need to call an ambulance?
No, I'm good, man. You know, you get it.
Yeah, Savage. Yeah, you know what? I really love that song. But you know what? Let's play it again. I also have to warn. I have to warn the chat. I am here sipping some Coors Light.
He's glazing.
So I'm
this guy.
Oh, motherfucker! It's a good song. So I am getting with the spirits. So, but
the spirits.
Song again. I think it's a good song, quite frankly. All that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it.
I don't know why you talked over it, Stanley.
Not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
I don't know why you're talking over, Stanley. It's about you.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will.
Santa Claus.
They will
shaped like a shroom.
And then the
Yeah,
other
let's
thing
play.
we've
I'm not
forgotten is
really a
brevity.
boomer,
That's
like
the
a
main
boomer,
lesson I
I'm
learned
gonna
today. And I know
boom. I'm Stanley,
But the main lesson he learned, you ain't gonna talk about Stanley Cross.
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Stanley.
Dude, I'm sorry. Hey, you know what?
Now you know,
I
Stanley,
think
you gotta give kudos to that. That was pretty fun.
no, motherfucker, dude.
That was fun. You liked
It
it.
was so good. I
Yeah,
paid for it.
I
Dude,
know
it
that's
is
right.
it. Y'all better be going to Savage and Nightish too. But dude,
Mm-hmm.
that song, motherfucker. That song is cool. I'm Stanley, bitch.
I agree.
Dude, that is
Yeah, it's
he
viral.
got
It's
he
fucking viral,
he
dude.
he got me to a
He
T
got
with that one. I'm
you. He got
Stanley, bitch. So salute to my buddy Savage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shit rocks.
Yeah, yeah, it's good. It's good.
So I
And
don't know.
don't get
I'm sorry.
don't get hurt. You ain't the only one.
No, I
There's
I
many.
know not to get the big head.
Mm-hmm.
And after last night, I pissed 5
I know,
motherfuckers
right?
off and they unsubscribed.
Oh yeah. Eh,
But they probably they were weak in the first place.
well, maybe.
But there was a sense of, all right, there's room for
But
everybody
it's
here.
free, Stanley. It's free.
That I think.
Okay,
is
whoa. Let me stop
You know-
right here, dude. Of course I paid for it, motherfucker. I'm not gonna take another man's intellectual property without giving him compensating. What? I'm not that far left.
Oh,
Motherfucker, you fucking if a man takes the time to fucking dude, you pay for intellectual property. What the fuck is wrong? Dude, what are you, a communist? Of course I paid for it.
Your presidential center is opening up this summer, and you've dedicated your post-presidency to lifting up the next generation of leaders, oftentimes in defiance of people begging and pleading with you to stay involved in the political process. And so why is it important for you to defer to those people, especially at a moment where it feels like there is a vacuum of leadership on the left? You are among, if not the most popular politician in America. And so you're right here, And so why is it important for you in this moment to make sure that you defer to others?
Well, first of all, I'm not a politician anymore, and I can't be, right? I mean, I guess technically I could run for, city council or something, but
yeah.
I'm not in elected office. I don't have levers of power. I'm term limited out. And by the way,
wow.
I believe in the
That's a
Constitution.
lot.
Also, I believe in my marriage, and Michelle would divorce me even if I could run again. But I've always believed. I mean, this has been a central tenet of my.
He was telling Bush he wasn't allowed to talk about anything.
Whoa.
Our job.
He mispronounced. It's tenant,
Okay.
not tenant. The fuck? He's disappointed me. Mispronouncing tenant.
Who said that?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
what?
your boy? Your boy said that?
Yeah, Obama mispronounced a word.
Well, of course he did. But he also said that his past administrations weren't allowed to talk about anything beyond him. They weren't educated enough. The Bushes and Clintons, even the Clintons. Hey, they ain't supposed to speak on things like that. Just him.
Oh, so Obama
Weird,
said
huh?
they weren't educated enough? Interesting.
Yeah, he did.
Interesting.
I know, right?
Clinton went to Oxford.
Yeah, it don't matter to him. He went to Harvard.
No, actually, Clinton, he went to Georgetown. He didn't go to Harvard. He might have gone to Harvard Law School.
I thought it was Stanford, but I've been mistaken.
No, it's Georgetown. I
But
just
it had
happen to know. I know
yeah,
these things.
As
Oh
leaders,
no, as a matter of fact,
right.
I think Clinton went to Yale Law School. I think that's where he
Yale?
met Hillary Clinton. I think so. I think that's where he met
is to
Hillary.
lift up other
You know where
leaders,
it had the
to
you know
empower
where it had
others,
the you know works, you know.
to find their gifts and help them exercise those gifts. And so when I left the
By the way, while I'm thinking about it, everybody, please make sure you've hit the like button. If
did.
you are new to the channel, we're trying to get to 300 part 2.
Well, I'm trying to
we hit
help
it
you,
last
Stanley. Yeah, damn it.
we hit it.
You ain't
We
helping
hit it
much.
last night, and then well, I won't say we. It was all my
Well, you
fault.
pissed everybody off. You pissed 3
I
off. I
pissed
know.
some folks off, and I suffered for it.
I'm trying to help. I'm
However,
trying to
well,
fucking
you know
help.
what? You know what? I have to say, Ryan, I
You
appreciate
know
the
I'm
help.
picking. You know I'm fucking picking. I'm picking.
Hey, you supported the show, so
Yeah.
you know.
Let's
I
calm
don't
down a
think
little
you
bit.
can do anymore.
Let's calm down. Let's
So,
calm down a little
if
bit.
you are new to the channel, please subscribe so we can get back to 300 again, please, and share it out. This is it's a good little show. Sometimes it's
A
misbegotten,
good
if
little
not
show.
outright. It's misbegotten, if not outright misplaced or misguided. But
Hey
we
Stanley,
try. Mhm.
what'd you do yesterday? Did you cook bread?
No, actually,
No?
I have some leftover bean. What is it? Bean and pork chop. You know, I cut up a pork shoulder steak, and if I
Really?
recall, there were red beans, and then there's some spinach in there. I do a lot of crock pot stews because
Yeah.
it's just me. So
Yeah.
sometimes using that crock pot and beans are good protein. So
So you didn't take your date out nowhere?
what date?
No. No. Stop.
Dude, you know what? All my dates are
Don't you
consensual.
I didn't go on a date. Did you?
Mm-mm. You know what? I need to go out and look for a date, though.
They're cheap.
No, I tend to be high-minded. I want there's there are
Why would
women
you
I would
say
love to
that?
date, but they don't live in my little small Georgia town.
Yeah. You
If
got no country girl?
the first date I meet who likes barbecue and lives in my small town, we're gonna be an item, and I'm gonna flaunt her.
presidency, I said,
You
what's
gonna
our
walk around
foundation
like
going to be? We
like
care
a
about
princess?
climate change. We care about
I am going
racial
to
justice.
I am
we
going
care
to
about
walk around
Like
like
oh,
a rooster. My lady, listen to your show. Really? Well, let me tell you something, Yeti. Mike didn't drop his channel. I wish he would have. But look, in a way, your lady's probably smarter than I am. I should have. But I'm glad, hopefully she wasn't too offended. Because I can, this show can be a little non-family friendly, but we'll work on it.
healthcare. We care about it. We care about a whole bunch of issues, and I work on those issues. Now, right now, I'm spending a lot of time helping to think about how we're going to respond to AI as it's coming down the pike, and it's moving fast. So I care about specific issues, but the thing I thought I could do uniquely, Michelle and I still have the capacity, not just here in the United States, but globally, to inspire and motivate young people and invite them in to this process. And that's what we need. We just talked about it.
Oh.
You look at where excitement's going to come from. It's going to come from the 20, 30-year-olds who know firsthand what it means to not be able to buy a house, know firsthand what it means to see some of the ladder's opportunity being taken away, have grown up in a moment in which there's more social isolation, right? And so and understand both the good and the bad of social media. And so they're the ones who are going to craft these, who are going to remake our institutions so that they are consistent with the values that are, I think, timeless. And so what we've tried to do at the foundation has been to identify potential leaders, not just with traditional credentials, not just the kids coming out of fancy schools or with the top grades, but union organizers and grassroots organizers, as well as journalists and teachers.
I'm
and
sorry. Why is this son of a bitch still relevant?
Oh my God. He's a son of a bitch now? Damn. What'd he do to you?
No, that's personal me. But why is he still relevant?
You're calling him a son of a bitch and you don't even know him. What's up with that?
I know him. I know that motherfucker, man.
You do? Personally?
He's still relevant.
You know him personally.
Did you vote for this son of a bitch, man?
Absolutely.
Did he make your life better? I know
you know what?
It's weird.
He actually did.
You know what?
You want to know? You want to know how he made? Do you want me to tell you how he made my life better?
Yeah, I do, Stanley.
Well, I think that he did kind of prove that America isn't quite as racist as I thought it was.
I think.
Yeah, I thought America was a lot more racist than it was. Now, he got elected, so I had to rethink. America isn't extremely racist. It's just racist. I thought it was extremely racist.
Why's that funny, Stanley? Why is that funny?
Oh, because I was wrong. Even I can make mistakes,
right? Yeah, that's fair.
So I don't think America is extremely racist anymore, and it made my life better.
And when did it change?
When they elected a black man into office.
Oh, okay, I got it.
So it's just
you don't think that's
racist. And to be honest, I wasn't stupid like John McWhorter, who wrote a whole article in City Journal saying America was post-racial. I knew America wasn't and isn't post-racial, but it's not extremely racist either. Somewhere it's just racist. It's not post-racial.
Okay.
It's not extremely racist. It's just racist. And that's what I mean by making my life better. Now I understand America a little bit better. And when you understand America a little bit better, how is that not making your life better? I'm a smarter American now.
Okay. I just personally, me speaking for me, it's just, being a opportunist. Well, I'm invested. It's the same as you. I served, you served. We had different experiences. You were Navy, I was Army. I'm good to go. And I can't blame nothing on anybody.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to start an argument.
Okay. Professionals.
I mean,
and
you probably want to.
Human rights activists. And
I want to argue. I literally just started the video.
Okay. But we both serve.
We've now.
Hold it. Let me stop it again.
Here we go.
You have the floor. I stopped the video. What else do you have to say?
We both served, Stanley.
You're
We
right.
both served.
Mhm.
Huh?
And proudly.
We're both
And
benefiting.
proudly.
You served 5 years. I served 6 years.
Mhm.
I had no complaints, no matter who's running what.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I have
So
no
I can't
complaints
blame.
either.
Well,
As a matter
I'm not
as a matter
picking
of
and
fact,
choosing.
I actually think, look, one of the great things about the military, and I can only speak from my experience because there were no women on combatants in the early
None here.
90s when I served.
Not
But
in
I
my. Not in
will
my life.
say, dude, I learned a lot about myself
In
mostly.
1990,
Um,
in 1990, there was no female.
right. But what I learned the value of can versus can't.
But your
I
your your dad
learned
was your dad was a vet too, right? Or a cop? Yeah,
Vietnam vet
yeah, right.
and
Thank.
then a cop.
Yeah,
And the odd thing about my father is he was in the thick of it and he wasn't fucked up. He's literally the most even tempered, honestly. And I kid you not. That's why I don't
I
have
get.
heroes. He is the most
Mhm.
even tempered, judicious person, even at my soon to be 61 years old. I've never met anyone who is a better critical thinker.
Well, you still have your dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
My mother died a
I don't.
couple years ago,
Yeah, I
but
don't have
he's
my dad.
still kicking around. He's still,
Yeah,
very
he's 92.
functional.
He's 92.
No, 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 82.
82. You get to speak to him.
Yeah, at least once a week.
Yeah,
And I was there a couple months ago. Probably should go down there more often, but
I
look,
agree.
he's doing fine. But what I'm saying is that he is one and sometimes you don't appreciate your parents,
I didn't.
until
I didn't, Stanley.
you get older.
Yeah, they're all dead.
Um, I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah.
But, as it turns out, this is why. Look, I'm probably the most fucked up person in my family, and I'm not that fucked up. Um, they somehow or another, my mother and father, all look, they did a good job.
Yeah.
Even if I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about my brother and my sister. Those kids, you know, we're fine. No one suffered. My siblings are married and have stable families, and fuck, they make a lot of money. It's like,
So they're not fighting over property and all that.
somehow or another, we wound up not being fucked up, but we're black. That's why I don't always, um this thing about the black community's fucked up. And dude, they have most of these people on YouTube talking about black culture being so fucked up. They know their little segment or their corner of black culture. If you actually read the books you should be reading, you will know we're not all fucked up. Most black people are not fucked up. And this little YouTube quote blackosphere, there's some fucked up individuals who I think most of the people in this black YouTube space could stand a little bit of they need to know more, because what they know is narrow and limited. And we're going to get to this in a little while. I think we'll look at this BGS video next. I don't know whether he talked a lot about me or a little. I suspect he just probably said, "Hey, I don't know who the fuck he is," and that was it. Well, he should know who the fuck I am. Why would he?
go through the program, and these are folks who are doing remarkable
savage
stuff
stare.
at very young ages. I mean, they're setting up health clinics in sub-Saharan Africa, or they're designing new programs for intervention in to help with the opioid crisis in Appalachia, or they're working on how do we educate kids and using technology in remote rural areas and Native American reservations. Remarkable folks are doing amazing stuff. And the Presidential Center, which will be opening up in June, is going to be the hub around which all this activity happens. And there'll be a museum with Michelle's dresses, since that's what people want to see.
Yeah.
We'll have some sports memorabilia and some cool stuff in there. But really, the heart of the Presidential Center is going to be the music studio, to where kids are learning how to tell stories through music, and a place to record podcasts so they can learn how to talk about the issues in ways that resonate. And there's a Chicago Public Library in there, and there's an auditorium where young people will be exposed to world leaders who are coming through and can talk about their own journey. And what that does is it builds a community of activists, and it reminds people you're not alone. You're not alone in your sorrow when you see some of the stuff that's been happening in this country over the last year, but you're also not alone in being able to figure out how do we push back and come up with new solutions, and how do we remake these institutions so that they work for this generation. And that kind of spirit is what we hope this Presidential Center will constantly refresh and renew. This is kind of a social change university, and we want just ordinary visitors who don't think of themselves as activists, as they go through these exhibits and they see what's been done in the past. We want them to think, well, what can I do? And we'll be giving them all kinds of ways in which they can then connect with local organizations and get active in their own communities around the things that they care about. That kind of reinvigorating our civic muscles, giving people a sense of, I'm not going to just sit here and doom scroll or occasionally, tweet some complaint about what's happening, but that I actually have agency and I can actually make a difference. We want to encourage that. And that's what we saw and have been seeing across the country in response to the violations and overreach and lawlessness that's been coming out of this administration. We just have to encourage that and cultivate that, and not assume that it happens on its own. I became president because very early on in my career, I had people teach me the power of community and other people joining together around common interests. And I tried to manifest what I had learned in every campaign I ran, and try to ride that all the way through my presidency. And I didn't figure out all that stuff on my own. And we have a long history in this country, dating back to the abolitionist movement and the suffragist movement, and on through the civil rights movement and the union movement. And we have a long history internationally. Gandhi learning from Thoreau, who then inspires King, who then inspires Mandela, who in the meantime, like Valesa, is helping to, and Solidarity are helping to bring down the Iron Curtain and inspiring the people power in the Philippines. And there that spirit, that energy, it's out there, and you can feel it, but it's bottled up. We haven't given enough outlets for young people to figure out, how do I become a part of that? And that's this enormous untapped power that we have to get back to.
So I want to do a little bit of a lightning round here, because it's not often I'll get access to the President of the United States. So a couple questions here. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens? Who is there a person that you most want to meet that you haven't met yet?
I'll be honest with you. Being president, or even being an ex-president, I can kind of meet everybody. So I've met a lot of folks.
Yeah.
The person who I have not yet met, and that I'm looking forward to meeting, and I hope I get an opportunity sometime in the future, is the new Pope, who is from Chicago and a White Sox fan. I had the pleasure of getting to know Pope Francis pretty well. And he was legit. You know, there's some figures. He's one. The Dalai Lama is another, who they're how you hope they are. They kind of walk the walk.
Yeah.
And my sense of this new Pope is he's cut from that cloth.
Yeah.
You know, somebody who, you know, worked in places, you know, that really needed help, and what wasn't just preaching from a pulpit, but getting his hands dirty, trying to help people. So I'm looking forward to talking to him.
I think we can. I think
at some point I'll probably have it. Yeah.
What world leader did you like the most and the least?
You know, there are a lot of world leaders I enjoyed. Angela Merkel, I became very close to, because she really was the leader of Europe during my presidency, and we were grappling with a bunch of different stuff. She came from a center-right tradition. I obviously come from a center-left position, but she had integrity, very, you know, wicked smart, and you know, we're both analytical and practical, and try to figure out how to problem solve. And so she became a very close partner to mine. I'm gonna defer on the leaders I like least. There's enough of a public record. People probably have a sense of some of the folks who I wasn't happy with.
Best prank out of the White House when you were president?
Look, I'll be honest with you. Folks aren't running pranks in the White House. They're Secret Service. Everybody's busy.
Yeah.
If there were pranks, they weren't run on me, and I didn't.
You didn't pull any?
I tended not to pull pranks. People are intimidated enough by a president.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to punch down on a prank.
Yeah.
If you're gonna pull off a prank, it's got to be on somebody who can prank you back. And wasn't nobody gonna prank me. Yeah.
All right. Last question here: is Tupac alive?
He's alive on my playlist.
All right. We'll leave it there.
There you go.
Mr. President.
I enjoyed it, bro.
That's pretty funny. That was nice. So let's go from someone who is very smart, and I personally kind of feel like dirty. I don't know if he was the greatest president, but he's the greatest in my lifetime. To our Elon Musk problem. So Elon Musk, this morning, Elon Musk, the world's richest man and a key ally to the President of the United States, who happens to be Donald Trump, who is much beloved by Ryan Bardwell, posted the content below to the white nationalist chat room in CSAM Emporium, CSAM, don't know what that means. He owns. So Musk writes, for a country to survive, there has to be a common culture. Nobody dies to defend a multicultural economic zone. American culture, with its English, Scots, he misspelled Scots, by the way, Irish origin, is great and worth fighting for. Some may not realize it, but that's why people come here. So, this bozo thinks that American culture is English, Scots, Irish only in origin. This is why, this is why America is failing, because Americans are dumb. Now, I'll give a little grace to Mr. Musk because he's not from America. But motherfucker, if you think American culture is just English, Scots, Irish, then hey, you're dumb. So, where we go next, a history of black towns and settlements in America, which is a little serious. And let's see what else. There's yesterday, or actually, was it the day before? Let's see here. Yeah, 2 days ago, they declared it Frederick Douglass Day. And that is heavy in seriousness and historicity. I think that's a word. Or we can do BGS, which is a 4-hour show. And I don't know. I tried to listen to try and figure out. Apparently, I was mentioned, probably in passing, but I am curious. BGS is a big star. And that he mentioned little old me. I don't know. I'm curious. I am curious. So we'll listen to a little bit of it.
For me and the Lord, we gotta understand.
Oh, and by the way, while I'm thinking about it,
We're on a
everyone, please make sure that you have hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please make sure you subscribe to the show. Kick the tires. Check us out. We are not going to be all you hoped we could be, but we will be something. And I want to thank today's sponsors, Lupin Reigang and Ryan Bardwell, major subscribers, as it turns out. These two are going to keep the lights on for a month or two. So thank you, gentlemen. I want to thank Jim Savage, who has contributed a really good opening theme song. His talents will be put to good use. And if anyone wants to hit the link, it is posted. Feel free to come on up here and be a part of the show. So let's see what this is called. Pedestrian AMA. Ask me anything, I suppose. And this is one of BGS's channels called The Master Teacher Responds. He is a master teacher.
from God.
Oh boy. We get
still
to
will
that
get
noise.
anything coming from there, from China, even into the USA. You're gonna get import duties. You're gonna get tariffs. Okay, so no, you can't. What's up, Paul? Eddie, round two, yes sir. Daniel, what's going on? I mean, the regulars can chime in if they want to, but this is mainly for the going someplace was harder than actually reading or something like that. Or writing is a little different, right? But reading was not that hard. Okay, sleeping and going someplace was hard. Okay, finding enough sleep to actually read, that was the most difficult thing. So reading was not that big difficult thing because you can't go nowhere anyway, right? You can't run the streets because you got 2 kids, so you're stuck anywhere. So reading is not that hard. Now when they get older, okay, and they run around.
Hold on one sec. Let's see. Do you have the Elon Musk tweet source about American culture? Well, let me put this link. It's on X, so I assume it's in his on his X page. So I'll drop this link because I don't think I put it in the show notes. I probably need to put it in the show notes, and then I'll drop it to you. So this will have the timestamp. You know, I'm sure his X account has tons of traffic on it. So this is where I became aware of it. It's I think it's either a blog page or it's this particular account. Might be Substack. So let me know if that helps, Yeti.
Then reading gets hard because they want your attention. Look who popped up. Okay, look who popped up, and I guess you're gonna actually be nice because you don't want to get blocked. Okay, May's gonna be nice so she doesn't get blocked. What's going on, Lazarus? Horowitz, what's going on? Snowman, what's up? I do not understand women. I don't understand them at all. You spend almost 30 years making no money, and as soon as you get making some money, then you want to put your tits on the table. Okay? No, I do not understand women at all. Okay? Most guys just, if you double my salary, I'm going to play, and then we'll work on, and then we'll work on it on the next contract. Women, and basically they're pissing off Adam Silver, and Adam Silver say blow up the league. There were a lot of people in the NBA say blow up the whole league, get rid of the whole WNBA. Women is less about the money, more about the status than anything else. Okay.
Oh boy.
Less about the money, more about the status. And basically, WNBA proves the rule why women don't lead a large nation. Okay, because they're erratic. Luther says, "Man, teach your thoughts on the current Iran situation with the U.S. carrier that could be struck by Iran. It could be if they got close enough. You got to remember these carriers."
Wait, hold. I got to hear what he's got to say about aircraft carriers.
Are at least 1,300 miles away from Iran right now. Okay, which is slightly out of range of their cruise missiles. Okay, so even if they shot cruise missiles, they probably wouldn't hit much of Iran.
Motherfucker, carriers have like all these anti air there's something called destroyer screens. A carrier can be hit, but you got planes, you got like all kinds of defenses, and you can send an anti-missile, like one of these Aegis carriers, Arleigh Burke class destroyers. You can send them like a couple hundred miles out. Carriers can be hit, but they've got all kinds of defenses.
And since the Israeli thing, okay, China and Russia has been tracking Iran full of long-range missiles. Iran, they say it has 15,000 long-range missiles. Okay, so they can hit every carrier out there, and basically with the Chinese satellites and the Chinese boats that are shadowing these carriers, they know exactly where they are. They can hit them at any time they want to. They just don't want to start a bigger war. So it's on him. So I think Trump is trying to basically push the world so they can get a favorable deal for the dollar. I think that's where he's headed. I don't think it's about a war. if Trump is dumb enough to start a war, then it is what it is. Okay, and part of me wants him to go ahead and start the war and get it over with instead of all this posturing. But I know cooler heads should prevail. Okay. Patreon on Saturday, Sunday. It probably will be on Sunday. Okay. Larry says, I have a question. You said in a previous Sunday Behind the Walls that Trump has a personal video. Basically, you know what? As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and show it to you since you guys brought it up.
Okay, let me help Shenard out here. I was told, or made aware is probably a better term, that I was mentioned in this particular stream, and it wasn't, I didn't get an exact timestamp. So I'm just kind of reacting to it. Apparently, I was brought up, my name was brought up. That's why we're watching it. If you have a better, something more entertaining, or even something you might want to see, Shenard, just type it in the chat. I'm not wedded to a particular theme, but if I was mentioned, BGS is kind of a big fish, a bigger fish than me. And if I wandered onto his radar, I think I'd like to know what the comment was. I hope you don't mind, Shenard.
Something about Trump and Chaos thanking me for the book. He sent me something about Trump going back to Oprah in 1988, okay? And see if I can find it while we're up here. So I can find it. Adrian just sent it to me. Is it today or yesterday? I think it's today. All right. That is it. Let's see. It's about 4 minutes. I'll speed it up just a tad. And this is 1988, okay? Adrian sent it. Somebody sent it to him. I guess Adrian sent it to me. Because this is proof that Trump's ideas about his presidency didn't just start. Okay, so people saying he doesn't know what he's doing and it's not his original ideas, and that is, as they say, bullshit. Okay, this is Trump on Oprah show in 1988. Okay, sped it up a little bit.
Because it was the opening concert in New York, and there were all kinds of celebrities, very, very famous people coming in to be seated, and that when you were seated, you got the loudest applause. People stood up and roared and cheered when you walked.
His younger self, he looks a lot like his son. His son looks just like him.
Walked in. Why is that? What is this fascination?
I don't know. Maybe I should be a rock star. By the way,
they thought you were going to moonwalk.
He was great. I have to say. No, I did get I don't know why. I really don't know why. I wish I could pinpoint it. I wish I could really tell you why. But I think I've done a good job in New York, and I've done a charitable job in a sense. And Trump Tower has become such a success. And
I think I'd slow him down a bit because he talks fast back there.
And I think people recognize it. New York people are really proud of it. And people,
so you've sort of become like a folk hero. I mean, people. There's someone in this audience. I was reading the audience list. Some man who's a businessman. You can tell me who you are later. Who went to New York and just wanted to stand by your building, hoping some of the luck would run off.
Is that true? Is he in this audience?
He's in this audience.
We have to find him.
Yeah. And so how do you explain that? Or is there an explanation?
I believe that you make your own luck to a large extent. Well, the word luck is a very important word. Very important. There's no more important word than luck. But you can help create or help make your own luck. I walk down the street a lot of times, and people will touch me and they'll grab for me. And I used to really be insulted because I'm a private guy. I'd say, geez, that's horrible. Somebody punches you in the arm a little bit. And, you're just walking down the street. And then ultimately, I became, in a sense, honored by that because people are really looking for something. Unfortunately, I don't think that has any effect. I don't think it works. I think you have to go out and really work hard and do well, and you have to have the ability to do it.
You took out a full-page ad in major U.S. newspapers last year criticizing U.S. foreign policy. What would you do differently, Donald?
I'd make our allies, forgetting about the enemies you can't talk to so easily. I'd make our allies pay their fair share.
What the fuck did Trump do when he went to Europe, okay? When he went to Europe, he went to Double World Economic Forum. What has his whole thing been since he became?
See, and I understand why, it's not a balanced picture. Donald Trump can do a lot of good things, but look, the ends don't always justify the means. Okay, yeah, he did a good job getting Europe to pay their fair share. But motherfucker, my mother used to say sometimes the bad outweighs the good, and that's Donald Trump's presidency, first term, and currently his second term. Sometimes you can fuck up so much shit, it outshines the good stuff you're doing. So yeah, let's highlight the good, much like this is basically propagating kind of the American style of epistemology. You got to know we want to focus on the good stuff. And if we ignore Americans killed or, the reputation of America internationally, oh, it's okay. The good stuff. Dude, this is not black excellence I'm hearing.
Became president. Okay.
It's not a very high level 30,000-foot view. You gotta keep stuff in balance.
Making his allies pay their fair share. Okay. That's nobody else's idea. This is Trump's idea. This is his own worldview. Okay.
We're a debtor nation. Something's going to happen over the next number of years with this country because you can't keep going on losing $200 billion, and yet we let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything. It's not free trade.
It was Japan, and now it's China, right? Trump has believed this forever. Okay. Most of you guys, you pundits out.
Okay, motherfucker, you are literally. This is what MAGA blacks do. Okay. You are literally trying to put an intellectual underpinning and Trump's been consistent. Dude, that doesn't mean just because he's been, dude, if you are a horrible person consistently, are you trying to justify the horribleness? Okay. Just because Trump believe this consistently doesn't justify and it doesn't make it a good thing to do. The problem is no one else believes it. Okay. All the other people, all the other presidents, they didn't do it Trump's way because maybe it shouldn't be done Trump's way. MAGA blacks.
Dear, okay? I'm going to say it. You blue, no matter fucking who, do not know what the fuck you are talking about. Don't know what the fuck you're talking about half the time. When you say shit, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay? This is 1988.
If you ever go to Japan right now and try to sell something, forget about it, Oprah. Just forget about it. It's almost impossible. They don't have laws against it. They just make it impossible. They come over here, they sell their cars, their VCRs, they knock the hell out of our companies. And hey, I have tremendous.
Yeah. The other thing, Dave, and I'm not going to type it, I'll just say it. Now we know what happens when you hire a businessman or you vote for a businessman for president. He runs this motherfucker like it's his own business. He's not doing well. He is not a good president. He's a CEO. He's a good CEO. He's not a good president.
Respect for the Japanese people. I mean, you can respect somebody that's beating the hell out of you, but they are beating the hell out of this country. Kuwait, they live like kings. The poorest person in Kuwait, they live like kings. And yet they're not paying. We make it possible for them to sell their oil. Why aren't they paying us 25% of what they're making? It's a joke.
This sounds.
So all the terrorists that you guys complain about, that say this is somebody else's plan, Trump believed this stuff from the very beginning, okay? All them terrorists that you guys say that Trump is just now coming up with this and it's kind of half-cocked, no. This is his worldview.
Like political presidential talk to me. And I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
Probably not. But I do get tired of seeing the country ripped.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also doesn't pay as well.
No, it doesn't. But, you know, I just probably wouldn't do it, Oprah. I probably wouldn't, but I do get tired of seeing what's happening with this country. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings and we're not.
What do you think of this year's presidential race, the way it's shaping up?
Well, it's going to be very interesting. I think that probably George Bush has an advantage. in terms of the election. I think that probably people would say that he's got like that little edge in terms of the incumbency, et cetera, et cetera. But I think Jesse Jackson's done himself very proud. I think Michael Dukakis has done one hell of a job, and George Bush has done a hell of a job. You know, they all went in there sort of as semi-underdogs, including George Bush, and they've all come out. I think people that are around all three of those candidates can be very proud of the jobs they've done.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience is, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off. And I can't promise you everything, but I can tell you one thing. This country would make one hell of a lot of money from those people that for 25 years have taken advantage. It wouldn't be the way it's been, believe me.
So the thing about Iran, Trump has believed that since the very beginning. Okay, I think is it this one? Okay.
You know, I actually hope that Trump has believed it, so he's consistent. What the fuck is the point? So Trump has believed this for years, but what do you think of Trump's beliefs? That seems to me why you should show stuff like this. So he's believed it for years. What do you think of what Trump thinks? This is a man who has no beliefs.
No, it's the Hill about Russia and relations and stuff like that. But I think that's the one. Okay. Okay. You got to remember what Trump believes. Trump has always believed. Okay, it's not new. It's not new. Maybe about Iran and Kuwait and places like that. It's not new. The dude I mentioned earlier was crying about Trump and Pam Bondi. I don't know, man. I don't even know the dude. So if you got a link, put the link in for the dude, man. I didn't hear him. I don't know what he mentioned. Okay?
Oh, is that? Oh, wait, hold it.
Am I the dude?
Am I the dude? And I was crying. 30
to 50% markup on the true value. That is true. Okay. What I would do, since they're repoing a lot of cars and a lot of these leased cars are being pulled, okay, I would be down at the auction trying to buy the car used and give me a 40%. In other words, basically they've used like 10% of the car on the mileage on the car, and you can get it for 50% off. That's what I would try to do. So women are insatiable. Okay. Boobs on the table. Yes, please. Okay. We just, what is, you know what the problem is with the WNBA? You're using way too much logic. May, you're already on thin ice, man. Don't piss people off. Okay. Calm down. Hey, Dirty Foot Jose, what's going on? Ribs and ginger tea. Okay. Larry Legend, what's going on?
What in the fuck is this?
W Maker was going to repeatedly openly called women stupid on live streams. What's your defense to the claims that you were a misogynist? Okay. Talk about me? Okay. I don't call all women stupid, number one. Okay. And some shit that women do is stupid. Okay. Some shit that men do is stupid. Okay. Men that do simp shit are stupid. Okay. And them calling me a misogynist, man, guess what? Give me a title. Send me the t-shirt. Okay. I don't give a shit about them calling me a misogynist. Send me a t-shirt. Okay. Yeah, you guys worry about what they call you, okay? If they call me a misogynist, a woman hater, whatever the fuck that is, I don't care, okay? In other words, all I care about is my information correct or not, okay? That's the only way you can hurt me, saying my information is incorrect and prove it. If you can do that, you got me. Other than that, all that other stuff doesn't bother me.
Oh my Lord!
You want to call me a misogynist? In fact, like they call male tears, that's female tears to me. And I got 2 daughters. Of course, you won't respond to my question. What do you okay? W Maker, do you want to be here or not? Because you want to be an asshole. If you want to be an asshole, I can get you out of here. You know what?
One thing I'm learning, I need to start bouncing people from my chat that I don't like. I am going to start bouncing, motherfuckers. I would let the croissant run the country before Kamala Harris because I'm not dumb. Oh, Dave. Oh, Dave. You actually think you're not dumb? Oh, bless your heart. Bless your little heart.
You have to make you have to make a decision. Do you want to be here or not? Okay. Now, let me get it straight. Okay. An AMA, I got 100 people watching. Okay. Will I get to every question? Probably not. Okay. If you want to be an asshole, you don't need to be here. You want to be an asshole? Go someplace else. Okay. If you really want to be an asshole, I'll drop the link and we'll see what the fuck you know. How about that? Horowitz, what's going on? The questions get answered in order received. Yeah. He got him. Willie R said the question was answered earlier in the stream. Really? I guess it was. Okay. And make your play up. Blah blah blah. Yeah. What's going on, Kev? Sir, this is a master class for pedestrian. Yes, it is. These woke, no matter who, folks should be mad at the Democrats for cheating Bernie. Yeah, they should be. Well, the thing is, I knew that Bernie Sanders was never going to be elected. It's because Democrats and Republicans were never elected.
Dang, that's actually funny. Shenard, you making sure to take your HIV meds. Motherfucker, you know what? I appreciate that comment. Yeah, Shenard, I didn't know you had HIV. Yeah, they're good jokes should always be rewarded.
Socialists, okay? They won't. Not an out-and-out socialist. They will never elect one, okay? Mandani in New York actually snuck in. It's because you had a failed Democrat in Eric Adams, who the Democrats didn't like because he sided with the Republicans on immigration, and the only person you could pull out was what's his name, and he was already beat up as a candidate. So Mandani snuck in, which is probably why Soros picked him. I went back to my hometown in Germany.
Now, Mamdani snuck in. Ooh boy, Mamdani snuck in.
I'm a military brat. It was mostly Africans and Arabs, because they don't have enough people. Yeah, it's the only difference between Trump then and now is a new wife, 2 more kids, and some more gray hairs. Yeah, Trump is pretty much the same. Okay. Said, would you consider the Bible black pill? No, because it provides guidance on Bible is blue pill as it's supposed to be. There's some black pill instances in the Bible but mostly it's blue pill, as it should be. There's my apple. What's going on? You know, some women on this side got mad because I called you feminine. They asked me what my idea of feminine is, so I use a person that they know about, right? That they know well, and I called you feminine, and they got upset. Man's here because BTS is here. Appreciate you, Toya. Do I have the right title and author analyzing the development of the American Child? Yeah, by Ruth Gilly Kruger. That's her. Yeah.
Let me
I do call blue.
So the Bible is blue pill? Oh my Lord. You know what? I just don't know where to go from that. So someone actually asked if the Bible is blue pill or red pill? Whoa. I don't think I've ever heard a dumber question. The Bible, is it? Oh my Lord. You know what? The only thing dumber than the answer was the question.
You have a whole lot of men that were mad at me that are Republicans and
no,
right-wing folks.
You know what?
And,
let me I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure I clip this. I gotta make sure I clipped it. Let's see, where am I? I'm at 304. Let me write this down. Is the Bible red bill? And Dave says it's red bill. Y'all are gonna take the Bible and apply a red pill or blue pill aesthetic. Dude, I cannot think of anything that's more sacrilegious. Y'all are fucking, that's like the dumbest shit. So you take the Bible and you apply 2026 standards to it. Nice. Nice. This is why America's failing. We are educating dumbasses.
When I talk about
Oh, and by the way, I guess I should say miseducating dumbasses. I've literally never heard a dumber answer to a dumber question.
patriarchy, stuff like that, that wasn't me calling women out, okay? So a whole lot of guys that thump their chest talking about patriarchy, okay? Ask Sergeant Willie Pete, do I call guys out? So Maple Leaf, I'm behind. This might be a worldview, but do you believe that terrorists
How
are
the
working
fuck?
short or long term?
Wait, how the fuck does the answer? How is the answer dumber than the question? I don't think I've ever experienced this phenomenon before.
It depends on what your outcome for tariffs are. Okay, tariffs in this case was actually to force a better deal for the United States as far as income and trade and stuff like that. So it was it's more used more like a stick than a policy. Francis Cress Welsing says in her book, that's the paper that you can't free yourself with the same thing that enslaved you. True. I posted a link in your last stream. He's definitely a hardcore lefty, but I introduced him to KS, and he likes him. Yeah. I don't know. Is he? I don't know if he's a hardcore lefty or not. Okay. A lot of there's a lot of hardcore lefties. Okay. And they don't mention the people that are hardcore lefties, even the black ones. Okay.
Oh shoot, I'm sorry, I was muted. So apparently um Andre 420 Reformed, who's been in my chat. I know him from John Galt's show. I posted the link in your last stream. He definitely a hardcore lefty, but I introduced him to KS and he likes him too. I assume he means Kevin Samuels. I don't know that I like him, but I think some of what Kevin Samuels says was interesting, if not true. So why is Andre trying? Is Andre trying to create some sort of feud? What is up with that? World class is not world class. Who gives a fuck if you call him Dave?
You know, some women on this side.
World class will just be another soul I crush.
I got mad because I called you feminine. They asked me what my idea of feminine is, so I use a person that they know about, right? That they know well, and I called you feminine, and they got upset. Man's here because BTS is here. Appreciate you, Toya. Do I have the right title and author analyzing the development of the American Child? Yeah, by Ruth Gilly Kruger. That's her. Yeah. I do call bullshit. I have a whole lot of men that were mad at me that are Republicans and right wing folks, and when I talk about the patriarchy stuff like that, that wasn't me calling women out. Okay, so a whole lot of guys that thump their chests about patriarchy. Okay, ask Sergeant Willie Pete, do I call guys out? Little Maple Leaf, I'm behind. This might be a worldview, but do you believe that tariffs are working short or long term? It depends on what your outcome for tariffs are. Okay, tariffs in this case was actually to get force a better deal for the United States as far as income and trade and stuff like that. So it was it's more used more like a stick than a policy. Frances Cress Welsing says in her book, that's the paper that you can't free yourself with the same thing that enslaved you. True. I posted a link in your last stream. He's definitely a hardcore lefty, but I introduced him to KS, and he likes him. Yeah. I don't know. Is he? I don't know if he's a hardcore lefty or not. Okay. A lot of there's a lot of hardcore lefties. Okay. And they don't mention the people that are hardcore lefties, even the black ones. Okay. And I said, Roy Ayers, I like you send me Herbie Hancock. I would say.
All right. Well,
Rock.
There is nothing to see here. I'm not a hardcore lefty, and I don't think Kevin Samuels was, extremely wrong. But it's not like I would use Kevin Samuels. I don't think you can get good relationship advice online. The best people to, talk to about relationships are close friends and definitely family, because they know you better. They know you. So nothing. We'll listen to a little bit more and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I think it's called Rocky.
And I do have to say, BGS is wise. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck Andre. What is Andre trying to do? Cool. I could use a little bit of publicity, but I'm not a hardcore lefty. Where the fuck is he getting that from?
Herbie Hancock. I don't have a favorite of Herbie Hancock's. I like him in general, but I don't have a favorite by Herbie Hancock. Lonnie Liston Smith.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't. I think that is not a good thing. I don't. Why the fuck would someone do that, Dave? It's like I literally know who BGS is. I've literally never. What is up with this boy? So anyway, we'll listen to a little bit more.
I'm trying to remember the name of it. Ryan Niston Smith, a lot of this stuff actually sounds pretty much the same. Okay. Turns on VCR. VHS. Okay, it's not BHS. I don't even know who W Maker is. I don't know what he stands for. So. You're still waiting on the cooking videos, cooking with Toya instead of cooking with Kaya. I don't know if she dressed up in that little in that little short dress with the little apron. I might watch myself. Okay. Wemby is kicking ass and taking names. I'm going to have to see him in person. He reminds me a lot of Kareem when Kareem first got into the league. That would be my closest comparison to Wemby. Wemby just has to gain a little strength.
Really? Okay, you're just not a single issue voter unless it's women plus black. The fuck is wrong with you, Dave? I am not a far lefty. Why would you say that?
When we find out who Batman is in this climate, we are already who the Joker is. I don't know. That's a good question. Is there a Batman? Speaking of patriarchy, do you see the U.S. ever reinstating some patriarchal rights for men to incentivize them? Yeah, they have to. They don't have a choice. Okay, they've already started. They already started moving in that direction with 50-50 custody, and that's going to be 50-50 custody is going to be the It's gonna go the way of, say, like no fault divorce did and shit like that, right? Because you already have one state implemented. You already have like two states actually implemented. I think it's Tennessee and Kentucky, and I think you got another 20 states ready to actually implement it. They don't have a choice. Okay, they have to if they actually want to keep these birth rates anywhere near even. They're gonna have to. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to talk to StreamYards because them and keeping up with these comments is getting on my nerves because they don't keep up with them. Let's see, scroll back a bit. I got Wimby. Speaking of Lefty's opinion on Angela Davis is an interesting character because Angela Davis may be part of, she may be involved with the CIA. Okay, it's because Angela Davis is a feminist, and even though she was a civil rights activist per se, Angela Davis is a very, I would keep, she bears watching. Okay. That's what I would say. Let's see what else we got. You see Uncle Nearest CEO Whiskey, his great niece run the company into the ground. Okay, I don't know about that one. Do you believe Eon saying by 2050 we will be on Mars? Yeah, I believe him. I believe they could be on Mars within 5 years if they wanted to. They just don't want to put the money behind it. The technology is already there.
I saw something rather interesting that going to Mars is a one-way mission because of the time it takes to get there and the time it would take to get back. And basically, you are going to die on Mars. There was something about the time outside of Earth's gravity is basically going to destroy your skeletal, the calcium. There's going to be bone mass loss. There's going to be effects on your heart. Basically, if you leave Earth for that long, when you come back, you will die because you won't time spent outside of Earth's gravity. So, Mars mission is one way.
I hope Giannis and Kupo goes to the Spurs and him and Wemby. They call them the Block Brothers. Probably not. I think Angela Davis is. Yeah, I do think she's an agent too. Personally, I do too. I agree with you, Will. Said, do you have a good title to recommend by John J. Mearsheimer? No, you're talking about Mearsheimer. I do. I have to go look up the titles. Okay, he's got about 3 books, and he talks about. I think he talks about liberals with because people say there's a right and a left, there's a conservative and liberal side, but basically the whole United States is liberal. The United States was founded on a liberal idea. The United States was founded on a social contract coming out of France. Everything about all
that's
the rights,
like the dumbest
stuff was actually
so the United States was founded on a social contract coming out of France.
Comes out of France. So basically, this is a semi-socialist country from the very beginning. It's actually founded on that. Unc's Nearest Whiskey. Okay. That Uncle Nearest.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. 1776 happened before 1789.
Heard of it? I've never heard of it. I've never heard say of it. One thing I do want to play. Remember, I was telling you guys about ICE, and if Minnesota wanted ICE out of Minnesota, they need to go to Congress. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Okay. This is Fox News. Okay. Homing on
Yeah,
Indian
I
ice
think
in
I'm gonna
Minnesota.
have
Okay.
to I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to fucking cut this short watching this. Too many too so if Minnesota wanted to not have ice, you do realize that the ice deployment was all executive action. Congress pretty much had nothing to do with it. That's that is a very novel point of view.
See that? Fox News homing on Indian ice in Minnesota, right? And this is I forget.
So Laura Ingraham is where you this is opinion journalism. This isn't facts.
I don't know what date this is. This is today, okay? This is today. So this whole week they've been putting the DHS and ICE on blast, right? And guess what? So all that protesting, all that getting shot, all that blowing whistles didn't mean shit. All they had to do is drive down to Washington D.C. with their white behinds and them liberal white women in front of Congress and pull DHS and ICE and those kind of folks in front of Congress, and they would back off. Okay, all that other crap doesn't work. See, black people have to do it because we can't do what they do. Speed it up just a tad. We already sped up a tad.
This afternoon, it was obvious. The main resistance to immigration enforcement, it's not happening in the streets of Minneapolis or Portland or Chicago. It's found inside the U.S. Capitol. Because just hours ago, 47 Democrats in the Senate voted to shut down funding for DHS.
That's all they have to do.
So-called moderates.
That's all they got to do. See how easy that was? See how easy that was?
No, literally, this is an incoherent. Sir, the funding, the funding has been there. They couldn't shut it down. The funding was already there. It was part of the big beautiful bill, if I recall. It's just goddamn, dude. Let me switch because I don't want to start a feud. I don't want to treat I don't want Andre 420 to win. I have no feud with BGS. We would just like I don't even know how this is coherent. The funding was there. The shutdown might happen, after Friday midnight, but I don't even understand the argument. How could this be shut down? And by the way, the bill was shut down in the Senate, in the House and Senate, two different houses, two different structures within, the overall Congress. Big, beautiful bill passed. Weird idea of politics. Interesting. So anyway, this is the history of black towns and settlements in America. We need to look at actual history and that sort of thing. And by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. We are down to 12 people. Guess no one's interested. But we should at least watch this. Guess we need to fast forward this a little bit. Wow.
Movements. To introduce Anthony Brogdon. He is a historian and the author of Black Business Book and That's My Land, a comprehensive book on the history of Black towns and settlements. He is the host of the internationally acclaimed podcast, Strong Inspirations, and producer of the nationally toured documentary, Business in Black. He has been nicknamed the voice of Black history.
Lupin, good to see you. Big salute to you. Thank you for supporting the show, like you do. Much appreciated. So this is I guess I'm blaming you for this Sunday edition of the show. Apparently I'm being forced onto a BGS stage. Someone is trying to create I don't know. I appreciate being brought to, somewhat of a bigger notice, but I can't figure out why Andre 420 is doing this. It seems weird and or forced. So this is the history of Black towns and settlements in America. Again, this is the Ann Arbor Public Library. Yeah, Ann Arbor District Library. Again, something interesting. The history of Black towns and settlements in America seems worthy of notice.
So today, Anthony is going to focus on the history of Black towns and settlements, including details on the first African American to own land in America, the first Black community in America, major migration movements, and names of Black towns and settlements before 1865. Please join me in welcoming Anthony Brogdon.
All right. Can you hear me? I kind of felt like a celebrity. I was standing back there and I was getting geared up and whatnot and ready to go and wanted to come in and dash, and my singers and dancers were behind me, and that all went away. And now we're just going to talk about what I like to call good Black history. And I call it there because this is about our successes. That's what I focus on. Because so much of what we hear is has let's say a negative slant to it. And that's not all the case. There were some successful African Americans even in the 1800s and before that, understandably, when we go back to Egypt, and I don't go that far in terms of my knowledge, that overcame the odds of the institution of enslavement and racism, even during those days. And that's what I try to focus on. And I keep it light. I'm a native Detroiter. I went to school at Oakland University up in Rochester, and I didn't study history in school. I wanted to be an accountant. That lasted 2 years, and so on and so forth. But I always loved to write, and then I found my passion, and that's this Black history. And so that all came about because I was always doing different things in the city. And at one point I had a Black History Month event where I had some Black business owners from the 40s and 50s. They were all 70 years old and so on and so forth. And we had a panel discussion, and they talked about life being business owner back in the 40s and 50s. And so it was pretty interesting. I found that footage. That's when I decided to do the Business in the Black documentary. Took that to a bunch of cities like Tulsa and so on and so forth across the country. Then that led me to do my my first book, which is this one. It's titled Black Business Book, where I talk about the rise of Black business in America. And I took that to a bunch of cities, because I'm an adventuresome type guy, love travel, so on and so forth. And one of the towns that I visited, well, no, let me say this. One of the things she didn't say is she did say, I do host a podcast too, Strong Inspirations. I invite you to take a look at it, where I've interviewed over 600 people around the world for them to share Black history stories. It's Frederick Douglass's two-time great-grandson, Madam C.J. Walker's granddaughter, people who were sharecroppers. And I interviewed a guy in a town called Mount Bayou, Mississippi. And what happened was I just happened to Google Black History Museums. Their museum came up, and I was like, oh, what is this town about? So in the interview, he tells the story about Mount Bayou being the jewel of the Delta, where the two founders come from a plantation about 80 miles away, where the enslaver would allow them to run the plantation. Unique circumstance. Because what I've come to find out is that time period has all kind of different dynamics. It's not everybody's mean and everybody's beat down. There's a whole bunch of gray area there. And so their guy would allow them to learn how to read and write, so on and so forth. And he allowed these two guys to run it. Then when he died, his brother took over, who was head of the Confederacy. So they'll go from a guy that's kind of a nice guy to this guy. He then says, hey, I don't want to have nothing to do with this because now Civil War is over. He sold them the plantation. And from that point, they paid off the, they were doing cotton, and they then did, had a bad crop year, what have you. And they moved to this town called Mount Bayou, and they bought 800 acres of swampland. An amazing story. And they grew this community. And so when I went there, that led me on this journey. When I got back, I was like, man, I'd never heard of it. And I got a feeling there are other people who hadn't heard of Mount Bayou and so many of these other towns and settlements across America. It's not just Tulsa, so on and so forth. And so that led me to write this book. Didn't take long to write it, take you about a few months, because I was on a mission. And if you see the book, I'm a kind of writer where I just give you the fact. I don't try to add no commentary. I just want you to know the fact. I give you where I found it so that it gets right to the heart of it. And that's kind of my writing style. That's what I did with my first book, and that's what I'll continue to do, because I think there's a uniqueness in that, saying, here, this is it right here. This is what happened. The dates, the people, you want to learn more, this is where you go. And so, would I click it here, or where do I click it to change? Okay, well, so this is me when I went to Mount Bayou. See, because what happened was I decided that, hey, this such got a glorious story. I want to go see this place. So I talked to the guy. I can just hit the space bar, right? Yeah. I talked to the guy back in January of, what's this, 26, probably January of 24, and said, hey, I want to come see Mount Bayou, because I had been traveling and I want to go to these places. And he said, well, come on down for Founders Day. And so I said, when is that? It's the weekend after the 4th of July. And I said, what do y'all do? He said, we don't do much. We, meet at the cemetery, so on and so forth. And I was like, hey, I don't want to come that far, and that's all we do. So I ended up establishing a committee with the museum, and then we put together an event with speakers and so on and so forth, and I'm one of them, and other people, and it became real nice. But when I flew into Memphis, I drove about 45 miles, and that's the first thing I saw. And I could hear the voices of those people saying, this is ours, that's our land. And so that's one of the historical markers. Uh-oh, I went too far.
Now, this is interesting. Anthony Johnson gets talked a lot about, gets talked about a lot by a bunch of MAGA blacks and Thomas Sowell brothers. So very interesting. And by the way, if I recall, he actually did not actually have slaves. There were, he had indentured servants. And regardless of what people say, indenture was not quite the same thing as racial slavery.
Backspace. Huh? Yeah, hit back arrow. Okay. All right. I got it now. And so I saw that historical marker. That kind of explains more about Mount Bayou and what happened. And one thing that's unique about it is they have what they call a higher grade of cotton than any place else because of the swampy land and the richness in the soil. And they had a bank, they had restaurants, a hotel, all the amenities to be self-sufficient in that little, probably no more than 20 miles, square miles long. In Mississippi, yeah. Yeah, it's in Mississippi. And so it was a good time. I enjoyed it there. They got them big dragonflies. They look a little intimidating. But, and we had a good time. So that's the Mount Bayou. So then when I began to do the investigation, I said, well, where does this black land ownership start? And it starts with this guy, Anthony Johnson. He came on that boat when the Pilgrims got here from Europe. Probably the only African-American guy or African guy that came on the boat. And he came as an indentured servant, which meant that he had to do 4 to 7 years working for the guy who sponsored him, because he didn't have enough money to pay the expenses himself. And so when he got here, he did his 4 years, then he went into business for himself and earned enough money where he sponsored 5 guys. And as a result of him sponsoring 5 people, they gave him 50 acres for each person. And that's how he ended up having, in 1621, in Massachusetts, 250 acres. Now, as we look at the timeline, and I talk about this in the book, we look at the timeline of America, Florida was the first that was settled here by the Spanish. And that's in the 1500s area. And understand, and I even talk about this in the book. Before them, the Native Americans / Indians were first, hundreds of years before anybody else. But they all got to St. Augustine. I had a good time. I was in St. Augustine 2 weeks ago. Sad part about it was only 50 degrees during the day and 30 at night. So I didn't catch the heat spell. But I did, I flew into Fort Lauderdale and I drove up to St. Augustine, which is about 3.5 miles. I spoke at Flagler College. And then I toured this place, Fort Mose. The story about this is, when you were enslaved in South Carolina, you couldn't run all the way north. It's a long distance, understand it. It's not that you couldn't, but I mean, but if you could get to Florida and actually get to Fort Mose, you could have a good shot at freedom, because the Spanish said, hey, you get here, claim you're Catholic, help us fight against British invasion, you got your freedom. And so they said about 100 some odd families lived at the fort. And it's a replica of it now. It's probably about 7-8 acres in its original form. And so that's where they went to. And they found freedom. And we wanted freedom. We wanted to own land to create a safer environment, to be on like-minded people and become self-reliant. Understandably. And we did a lot of things to do such. And I always wondered, I said, how did they have money to buy land? And that was one of the things that they did, even from the institution of enslavement. And so they, earned money on their off days, selling fruits and meats and crafts. They got some wages if they exceeded quota. You got to put 80 barrels of cotton. You do another 20 barrels. You sell that in the market. You get to keep the money. And I found that there were enslaved African Americans who owned businesses. And that's what I talk about in my first book. One of the guys that I always tell his story is a guy named Frank McWhorter, born in 1777, enslaved in Kentucky. And his enslaver allowed him to have some liberties. He found the ingredients for gunpowder on the plantation and did what he had to do to make it up. And he owned a business doing this. He became so wealthy that he bought his freedom and the freedom of 15 other people. They called him Free Frank. What was so unique, not just that part of it, but also then he left Kentucky and he moved to Illinois and he developed his own town called New Philadelphia. He had about 20 acres. Both blacks and whites lived in his community. He made himself the mayor. Well, this is my town, I'm the mayor. And these are the kind of conditions that we're going to live under. Yeah. And I interviewed his two-time great grandson on my show, a guy named Dr. Gerald McWhorter, he said, under what my grandfather had done and the legacy he left, I went to be a doctor. And that's how he told it. And he was a professor at, I think, one university in Chicago. But there is a Frank McWhorter Day in that community. And I'm going. I think it's in September. Now, I do want to, and I got a lot to cover in about an hour, so I'm going to scatter around, just give you some of it and go from there. But one of the things that happened and I wanted to talk about is the significant migration movements out of the South. Let me back up. There were a couple states that had more enslaved people than they had total population. And that could easily be understood because on a plantation, it's me, it's my wife, it's my brother, his wife, and a couple other people. And we got 400 enslaved people. So you can understand how those numbers would be screwed in that way. And so there were different migration movements out of the South. And one of them that I always talk about is the Trail of Tears, where 60,000 Native Americans, Indians from different tribes, including their slaves, including those who were married to the Indians. They moved all the way from Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, all the way to Oklahoma. Thousands of miles. They walked. And they call it the Trail of Tears because many of them lost their lives along the way. Because you could walk into one state and the guy said, you can't come through here. You got to walk around. You're walking through the winters and so on and so forth. And much of it was walking, if not all of it. And so they lost their lives. And this is kind of one of the maps of how they got from, like, say, from Tennessee to Oklahoma. Another one, and so while they were there in Oklahoma, what they said is, hey, man, this is a free state. I'm out of here. I'm leaving this reservation. And at one point, Oklahoma had over 50 different settlements. And there's little communities like Bowley and Renniesville, Langston. Oklahoma City, it was a city itself, but there were communities. And they probably at one point had a larger Black population than did Tulsa. See, because Tulsa is just, and I've been to Greenwood District, it's a neighborhood. It's not the city. It's a neighborhood on the other side of the tracks, let's call it. But they had oil in that community, and they were thriving as a result of the wealth. And it was really heartfelt when I went to Tulsa because I was there where the massacre happened. I could see the remnants of it. This is a historical marker. This business was here, this business was there. And you could really feel the anguish. But the resiliency too, because what they don't tell you is Tulsa built up better than we did when they burned it down. There was a period where
this is a very kind of a bittersweet this is a very how should I put this, a MAGA Black thing. Blacks recovered. We did well after Tulsa. We did well, civil rights movement. But, a lot of MAGA Blacks and a lot of Thomas Sowell brothers, they will go, well, hey, we did great. But is the argument in spite of the wrong that was done? It's a very turn the other cheek way of looking at things, which is perfectly fine. It's very Christian. But that you recovered from the injury I don't understand why you want to forgive the injury. It is sometimes I don't understand this mentality. We recovered. We did great afterwards. But that is almost like a Stockholm syndrome, which it's not me. Maybe I'm Old Testament like that.
Where it came up even better. And so they had all these little towns in Tulsa and Oklahoma and so on and so forth. So they had a real thriving community. They still had some sense of racism, understandably, and some sense of slavery, but still they moved away and were able to do and thrive in that way. And this is the guy here, O.W. Gurley, who's considered the founder of Greenwood District in Tulsa. Tulsa was thriving. People were moving there, good land mass, so on and so forth. And he said, hey, come here. But he wasn't the only one. There was a guy named Edward McCain who had a newspaper in Langston. And Edward McCain promoted in his paper, like, hey, he was sending out, come to Oklahoma, come to Oklahoma. And a lot of people got the word out. This is where you get to. You get out here, you got a good shot at it. And so there were all these communities. This one here, Freeze Hill, if you can see it, 1865. Because I said not just that they bought the land, but there were other ways that they got it. And this is one of them, that their enslaver gave them the land in North Carolina. And I said, well, dang, that slavery is going on. How, in this situation, how did they be able to thrive? The person said, leave them alone. There were all kind of dynamics to this. And this is just one of the communities. And they have a historical foundation, and a lot of them have, comeback day from the descendants and things of that sort. Right. 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 Jamestown is another one. Guy bought in 1870 by a former enslaved guy, Edward James. People still live on this property. It's amazing.
Again, that slaves that blacks in America were able to, kind of thrive in certain circumstances, or in my opinion, rarely. That's a triumph of human spirit. But that doesn't mean how you were enslaved, or what happened while you were enslaved. I don't understand, how does that negate that slavery was bad? Uncle Tom's Cabin, good example. You forgive your master, but that's weird. This is literally, in my opinion, kind of magical Negro theory. Great. Black people were able to overcome. Well, that is venerating the way, the intellect, just the triumph of human spirit. But you should not use that victory as forgiveness for how, slavery was a problem. It was a sin. It was a bad thing. That you're able to overcome the obstacle doesn't mean that slavery shouldn't be dealt with. The after effects, it's a problem. These MAGA blacks are weird.
They said, we're going to make a way. Once this is over, we understand how great we are. And they built these communities. And I interviewed one of the guys on there, and they have a big coming together every year. And he still lives on that land. Another big movement was the Exodusters movement, where about 20 to 40,000 African Americans moved from the South to Kansas. Kansas had a real big community, and still does. And one of the communities in Kansas that I got to go see, and I'm looking to do it this year, is a neighborhood called Quindaro. And what happened was there's a Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri. Well, the Missouri is a slave state. There's a river that I don't know how wide it is. I don't think it's as wide as the Detroit River. If you can get across that and get to Kansas, then you could, be in free territory. That don't mean that he can't come look for you, though. I interviewed a guy who his great-great-grandfather did that. In the middle of the night, swam across that river. He got there. Very industrious guy, and ended up opening up a lumber yard. And he told the enslaver, he got word back to him. He said, you come looking for me, one of us is not going to leave here. And I got something to fight for. And he left him alone. Because it's not far. And I got to go see Quindaro. But that exodus moving thousands met there. And the other thing is, and I'll say this, that really helped make that movement happen was this guy named John Brown. John Brown said, I'm dying for this. I hate this institution. And if you don't know, John Brown's a white guy. He had a raid on Harper's Ferry. He did a lot of battles. He shot at people, and they killed him when they caught him. And they, eventually he got more resources. They caught up with him. But John Brown, they got statues, all kind of stuff in his honor for his fight against enslavement. And the other group that really helped out a lot was the Quaker community. At one point, Philadelphia had more black people than any other city in America back in the 1800s. Because if you could get there, coming out of the boats or something like that, out of the South, then you had a shot because the Quaker community. And then they had some gradual emancipation laws also. And a couple unique stories is there's a guy, his name is Robert Smalls. He come out of South Carolina. Robert Smalls was working on one of them Confederate ships. He noticed that before they got to the port, they would go off in the woods and play and stuff like that. And he told his family, he called them on the cell phone. That's a joke, right? He called them on the cell phone and said, hey, meet me at such and such at 10 o'clock at night. I'm still in this boat and we leaving. And he did. He got to Philadelphia. He took the Confederate flag down. But even before that, what was so smart about it is he had to understand how to get through the waters. He had to have the captain's outfit on. He had to know the signals, and he had to know what waters to sail down. Because, understand there's always high and low parts in the river. And he made it. When he got there, he told them, said, y'all can have this boat, let us go free. And he got to Philadelphia. Slavery ends. He goes back to South Carolina, becomes an elected official during Reconstruction period. Big dude down his size, Robert Smalls. And another story, a guy ends up in Philadelphia, was a guy named Henry Brown. Henry Brown was seeing that his family was about to be sent further south. He said, I had enough of this. He built a box just big enough for him to fit in. He wrote on the top side of the box, this side up, which was real smart. And then found somebody to help him put it on the boat, ship it to Philadelphia. But in that voyage, somebody turned the box right side down. He tells the story he's about to die because the blood is gushing to his head. Somebody read, said, oh man, you got the box wrong. Just in the nick of time, so to speak. Turn the box upside down. He makes it to Philadelphia. He gets to Philadelphia and becomes like a comedian because he's telling everybody, let me tell you how I got here. He's making jokes about it. Well, they heard about it and he had to go to Canada. He had to flee. He's like, man, we're going to get this guy. He's making us look bad. Henry Box Brown. There's a town in Canada called St. Catharines. It's right on the other side of Buffalo. That's where Harriet Tubman lived for 7 years. She fled that far. And I interviewed somebody who said their great-great-grandfather was Harriet Tubman's minister. And when you see the picture, she looked mad, doesn't she? What's all that walking she was doing? She's in great shape. But the crazy part about it, she was only really walking, I shouldn't say only, but she was just going to Massachusetts. That's where she was, where she was born and raised. The plantation was. So it wasn't deep in it. Well, it's still hundreds and hundreds of miles, but nonetheless. And then I'm just staying on the migration, that great migration from the South that ended up here in the northern territories like Detroit. nearly 5 million of us came during about 1910 to 1970. And they also went out west and so on and so forth. But that's how Detroit and Chicago and all these other cities, our population just expanded and just grew as a result of that. And I know my great grandfather, that's how he got here from South Carolina. Said they just put him on the bus. He was by himself with a little box, and that's how he made it. And he got here. He said he came by himself. He was like 11 or 12. And there was a lot of that going on. But he had a brother here, an older brother, and that's where he stayed, and uncles and so on and so forth. And so that's how a lot of the northern part. And even like in Detroit, in 1910, our population was somewhere around 4,000 people. It grew to about 120 by 1930. That's when we had and that's when we had what we call the Black Bottom areas down there where Greektown Casino is, Lafayette Park, I-75 or 375 in that district. But the unique part about it is, see, Detroit grew. The first neighborhood is Corktown. That's where it all started in Detroit. And then it grew from there. And Black Bottom was not just a neighborhood of African-American people. It was Germans and Dutch, and everybody was kind of a melting pot. And it was an older neighborhood, so the houses in some respects looked dilapidated and so on and so forth. And so they thought that's where we would run that section of the freeway. But what they did, and the thing about it, when you're talking about destroying neighborhoods, that Freeway Act of 1950 went through a ton of cities. And it wasn't just Detroit. I'm almost certain that almost every city will say that the freeway kind of cut through all of our neighborhoods. And some of it was intended, I'm sure. They even say the one in Detroit was intended there for that to happen. Yeah, because it could have went a little bit distance and not been so devastating. Every town that I have in my book, and I got over 150, all of them face some sense of racism. Every one of them. Dulles Airport in New York used to be Willard, Virginia. It was a black community, it was thriving. They found a way through any domain to say that's where we're going to put the airport. Lake Lanier in Georgia used to be a community called Oscarville, Georgia. It was thriving. But they needed a lake to help, Atlanta grow and so on and so forth. And the thing about Lake Lanier is they say it's haunted. They have deaths in that lake almost every year, boat accidents and things of that sort, because of what they had done. And there's a ton of more of those kind of communities that have been destroyed. Now, in our ingenuity, we developed our own resorts. This resort right here was developed by Frederick Douglass's son, Highland Beach in Massachusetts. And you all know, most of us know the resort here in Detroit, in Michigan, is Idlewild. Thriving communities. So we're not just saying we're going to build our own town. We're going to find some luxurious places, some beach resorts, and we're going to do some cottages, and we're going to build some hotels, and the biggest name acts coming through. Idlewild was one of those. Yeah, oh, sure. Dr. Daniel Hale bought land up there, big investor, and so many other people. But Highland Beach is still operating, still going. I mean, still going. American Beach over on the coast of Florida is another one. Rich African-American guy named Abraham Lincoln Lewis. He was in the insurance business. He bought that land on this island. As we talk about that migration, I don't know if you knew that it was an African-American that founded Chicago. He was a settler. He came through Michigan, and he settled in Chicago area. And there's a historical marker right on Michigan Avenue, right there where that little canal runs down that separates the north and the south, right there. I think it's across from the Sun-Times newspaper. Yeah, it's right there. He's the guy.
This is
a town hop.
This is weird. In a weird sort of way. It sounds like this elder is saying, hey, black people wouldn't have been smart if it wasn't for white people oppressing us. Wow.
I can't see the writing. I'm in touch with the mayor. They got 1,000 people that still live in that town. Don't have a school, so they go to the next community and so on and so forth. She said, "But we got pride here. This is ours." And that's all she talked about when I did the interview. And so now I'm going to see her in 3 weeks because I got to go from here to Atlanta, from Atlanta to Montgomery, book signing in Montgomery, Hobsonville, and then on the way to Selma for the bridge crossing. I enjoy that bridge crossing. Oh, is that it? Okay. There are, I'm gonna give you some more. I don't know how much time I got, but in any event, I got a lot of these towns that I have found across America. Communities that we built, thriving communities. I interviewed a guy in South Carolina, it's called Phillips Community. That's his ancestors bought this land. And now they are using it for new development, gentrification. They're coming in there building these $5 million homes or more, what have you. And he says what it does is, he says, my house was worth $30,000 or something. Now, because of all these other houses, my house now is worth for me. He said, but I don't want to move. But I got to pay tax as if it's $1 million house. And that's how they have to leave. Many of them have to leave. And then when they build these big houses, they have to build the infrastructure, the basements and stuff like that. They raise it up just a little bit, so now the water drains to the lower lying houses. He said, we got flooding all the time. We got that problem we got to deal with. We got communities along South Carolina in that Gullah Geechee corridor, the St. Helena Islands and so on and so forth, Hilton Heads. Many of them, what happened was when they came through, and I'm talking about they being the Northern troops, when they came through during the Civil War, slave people on these large plantations. So now they're free because the enslavers, they run. They said, okay, well, we got to find some place for you to live, so they find them their own communities. And what happened was, in some instances, this general goes down there and he says, okay, well, we're going to come up with this 40 acres and a mule concept. Which was, I understood that. It was well-intentioned. And it was under President Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln gets killed like a couple weeks after that. President Jackson comes in and says, no, forget that. We're returning the land to the enslavers. There were various government policies that helped African Americans get land. There was Homestead Acts, things of that sort. There were different, and the Homestead Act meant if you left the South and moved out to Oklahoma and Kansas and what have you, undeveloped land, we would give it to you. You may pay us a little small fee. We'd give you the land, but you got to improve it in some form or fashion. Some of that, when it first happened, is that African Americans were not able to take advantage because they had no ID, couldn't read and write, so on and so forth, wasn't citizens. So it took the citizens, the acts of the 13th Amendment to help us, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, and then the 14th Amendment. Then we were able to take advantage of government policies to a great extent.
That is incorrect. Homestead Acts were 10 or 15 years before the Civil War even took place. That is totally incorrect.
There were little communities in Indiana and Ohio, all along that.
That's right. Little communities.
Quarter, because they were close to the border states. If you could get there, you could get your sense of freedom.
Yeah, if you could escape slavery. Interesting.
There were communities in Canada. There's one called Buxton that I go to. I've been there a couple of times. They do a Founders Day, Labor Day weekend. It's probably about 45 minutes away. The enslaver took his people to Buxton.
This
for them to
is
have
literally what MAGA blacks and Thomas Sowell brothers do. They, oddly enough, want to act
because
like
Canada ended.
they want to act like exceptions are the rule. It's really as bad as other MAGA blacks who think the rule or it's the opposite. Excellence during Jim Crow and slavery America, the exceptions were not the rule. And in 2026, the ghetto, is not the rule either. What is it with these MAGA blacks?
Enslavement many years before they did here in America. But even before that, they said that, okay, if they get here, we're not going to let you take them back. And they ended that institution. And so Buxton, Amherstburg is not just far, it's just on the other side. They have a beautiful museum that I've been to in Amherstburg. They have a nice small pocket of community. But this museum is a church. That's where the enslaved people built this church. It's still Hawking. And when you walk on it, you can see that's the original wood in Amherstburg. Mexico had communities. If you could get out of Texas and get to Mexico, Mexico saved a lot of people. There's communities, not just and going back to Canada, the communities in Nova Scotia, Canada. And what happened was they told the enslaved people, hey, if you come and fight for the British against America, and my man probably said, hey, I don't have it good here either, so what I'll go for it. Fought for the British, lost, got on another boat, and sailed to Nova Scotia, big thriving community in Nova Scotia. They were all over America. It's all kind of dynamics to this, how this all happened. Texas was a huge community. I've been to Galveston. Galveston has a place called the 1887 Settlement. 4 families founded that. Galveston, I didn't know, is an island. And it's like 50 miles off the coast of Houston. So I flew to Houston and I drove to Galveston. And it's just a little inlet that takes you over to the island. I don't know how large it is, but it's a city, so it's pretty life-size island. They had thousands of enslaved people because they were coming out of Cuba. And the cotton was rich. And they were isolated. So they got the word last in many respects because they were isolated. I mean, it wasn't, maybe telegram or something like that, but they had cell phones, that wasn't happening. I stood where General Gordon Granger read Order Number 2. It's a museum called the Near Cultural Center. They invited me to come down a couple of years ago. Big deal for me. I was excited. And in the parking lot is where he read that order. And if you close your eyes, you could hear the jubilation in the air. And right down the street, I walked to where the port was, where they brought them in. It's just on the other side of the street. I walked there, and I could hear the cries of them getting off that boat. Now it's a restaurant and so on and so forth. And across the street from the museum was the slave auction site, which is now a souvenir shop. That's Galveston Island. But Texas had, and they call them colonies in Texas. Texas had hundreds of them, little small pockets that once they got their freedom, they moved and stayed within the state. And there were a lot of those. I found towns in South Dakota, just little, 1 or little 2s or something like that, that people went out there for various jobs. There's a resort town in Colorado called Lincoln Hills. There's a resort town in California called Allensworth. And I gotta say, Allensworth is probably the only one I found that didn't really face no racial strife. And it was only because the guy who founded it used to be in the Army. So he had his own guns, and other people that moved there had guns who they were his Army buddies. In Allensworth.
I think it's
But there were a lot of those.
What this elder did not mention is that Galveston was not that isolated. they intentionally didn't spread the news about the end of the Civil War. The white people knew it. They just wanted to keep their slaves a little bit longer. Why did he not mention that?
Kind of communities, they were resort communities that were thriving and that we had our own self-sufficiency, our own businesses. And it's just amazing to hear these stories, to know of them, and how we moved away, how we walked.
This is that Byron Donalds context. Yeah, we thrived in spite, but this motherfucker wants to basically say black people thrived because of the oppression. It's just so sad. This is what King Shenard is going to be in about 10 years.
Miles to get to these places, all the way from Florida and North Carolina and South Carolina and Virginia to get all the way to Oklahoma. And then, you know, those who made it to be thriving people. And how we got all the way to Ohio's and so on and so forth, and the Philadelphias. And Philadelphia has a lot of communities. And then I talk about the various neighborhoods that happen in the cities, not just Detroit's Black Bottom, but like Atlanta's Auburn Avenue, little Haiti in North Carolina and Durham, North Carolina, with North Carolina Mutual Insurance Agency, and how they were such a thriving business. And how they bought this land, how they got it, how they took advantage of governmental policies and actions, how they gave of their lives, and how they came together so that they could say, this is ours. And then, like I say, in many instances, huh? Oh man, but they I mean, they did do it. It's incredible, incredible type things that there was one where the people were enslaved. The enslaved, this is going into Ohio. The enslaver says, okay, I'm gonna give you your freedom and I'm gonna give you some money to buy some land. And I found the land. So they get there and the people say, no, we ain't selling it to you. So they floundered for about 7 years and then had court action that allowed them to settle and buy the land in various parts of Ohio. Piqua is one of those communities. And they said, this is ours. And this is my land. That's my land. And they talk about it so often. And I got a friend of mine, he's an attorney. He said he got a call from a buddy of his. He didn't even know the guy. I got a call. He says, man, I got a call from a developer. I got some land in my family. And the guy says, hey, we found you. You're the only one we find. It's like 800 acres. Somebody been paying the tax, what have you. How much you want to sell it for? The guy said, man, I ain't have a clue. Called the attorney. The attorney said, give him $2 million. He told him $2 million. The guy says, hey, let me think about it. He called him back in a year, said, done. Because it was all prime. I mean, it was in those, a lot of it was along the waterways. And in the big cities, it was in the downtown areas. Because that's where it started in some pocket in downtown and then grew from there. Just like Detroit's Black Bottom did. Auburn Avenue was just right on this edge of downtown. Fourth Ward in Houston, same thing. Deep Bellum, we used to be a black community in Dallas. And there's all these communities in all these states. That's just pretty amazing that in the 1800s, we were able to accomplish that in the 1900s. In 1910, we had, that's the high part of our land ownership. We had what they said was about 14% of the land in America. And I'm not gonna go into no negativity about what we got now, but it is 14%. And there's various reasons, unscrupulous paper, with the court records and stuff like that. And when you deed the land to your some elder, they sell it off. And if I sell my portion, then the whole thing got to go. You know, I mean, can't just pick up a pocket and okay, you keep yours, my brother, or something like that. So it's all kind of things that happen. And then a lot of us did leave the South, you know, those different movements, move up north and move to the South side of Chicago and so on and so forth. And in many times they said they faced more when they came north than they did in the South. In many respects. And it's just amazing to hear these stories of what we did in these various communities, even in the South too, in southern states, in northern states. So I don't know, questions.
Where can we get your book?
Right here.
Oh.
I got them in the bag. I sleep with them under the pillow. Yeah. It's crazy because it book $10. I don't need it in my basement. I know what's in it. I want people to have this. And so that's all. That's the cost. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi. I was hearing that you have a podcast and also I think it was a business or such. Could you give us the name of those, please?
Yeah, the podcast is called Strong Inspirations on YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube. And you can see a lot of the videos there. You're all familiar with Wilberforce, Ohio, right? Yeah, that Black community. Yeah, that built that school. Langston in Oklahoma, Langston University. Tuskegee at one point had more land than any other university in America because of what Booker T. Washington had done. He started in that school, in that church, and he built that school up. And they had hospitals and everything else to make it a thriving community in the heart of Tuskegee.
Thank you so much for sharing this. And oh my goodness, I found out about Nova Scotia from doing my genealogy.
Oh, really?
I had people up there. My DNA was up there. And I didn't even know the history of that until, just wonderful. And my people came back down to the South. And a lot of them ended up in Ypsilanti.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, Ypsilanti was a big pocket. Oh, for sure. Detroit had a couple. They had the one near Ferndale, Royal Oak Township. Yeah, that was a pocket.
Yeah, I've just got a question as far as the towns that are around Michigan and Ohio. Do you have anything in your books about those towns like Chillicothe? You talk about Langston. Well, I think it was Charles Langston that was down in Chillicothe, and of course, one of his descendants was Langston Hughes. There was also Nancy Wilson that came from Chillicothe. There's areas around the Kalamazoo area that were in the early 1800s. You had Sojourner Truth that was around Jackson or Battle Creek.
Right.
There's plenty of towns that are around this area. Also, I think about the how did people travel? And a lot of people traveled near the waterways because that's where the food source was. But that's also where the old Indian trails, like the Sioux Trail that went from Detroit going towards the Wild Garlic place, which is Chicago. There's just tons of towns around this area and how these areas were developed. Do you have any stories on that?
Well, yeah, do some on Michigan. It's one of the things like if you have a wine connoisseur, you don't know every wine. You know what I mean? So I do have a lot of them in Indiana and Ohio, little small pockets, as best that I can find. And all I tell you in the book is this is who founded it and does it where it is compared to another major city, and does it exist today? In most instances, because maybe people want to travel there. That's how I'm able to have so many. But a lot of the towns might not exist because people just moved away, like that New Philadelphia. People, they cut off the train depot. People couldn't even get to it. And when they cut off the train depot, it ceased to exist in many respects. So understandably, the land is still there, but now it's sucked into another larger major community. And so many of them that face that kind of thing, or the residents just wanted to leave away some of the strife. Here's another one that just came to mind. When we were enslaved, we fled to the swamps and became maroon communities. There's a term like that, maroons, where they fled to, and there was the Great Dismal Swamp is up near Virginia and that upper area right there near the waters. It's like 1 million acres in its day. They would flee into the swamps with all the snakes and alligators and had to cut the trees down and so on and so forth for freedom. Even Mount Bayou, that's what it was. It was swampland. They cut the trees down. And then they filled in the land, and now with people, they're killing off whatever need to and built a thriving community. That's what Rosewood is. Rosewood, Florida was a swamp community in the middle of nowhere. And they had them all over America. So we even did that to get away.
Again, Ann Arbor. I was born and raised here, do genealogy, started 1828. John Wesley Brooks, 2 doors from my house, purchased land in Ann Arbor, worked with the abolitionists, Asher Ray, and also William Lambert in Detroit.
Right.
Ann Arbor Black community was started in the 1800s. And studying my genealogy and stuff, and that's how I learned. And people don't know about that. And all like Carytown now and all that used to be a whole Black community.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how a lot of them, went where the jobs were and built communities. That Rosewood, because it was a lumber yard there. And then built, and there's one that was out of Florida. It's called the Sticks. Got unique kind of history. There's a guy named Flagler who is an oil man, and they built a railroad that came through there, so on and so forth, out of St. Augustine. And so he's building these hotels on this little island. He has a lot of African Americans come move there, so on and so forth. And then he looks up and says, "Hey man, I want that land back. It's on the island. It's prime land." So this is the rumor mill. Somebody from his camp or somebody somewhere tells them, "Hey, it's a party on the mainland." Yeah, everybody go to the party. You shaking your head like you heard this, right? Yeah, they go to the party. They come back, their house has been burned down. Yeah. Now, I was just there 2 weeks ago. I mean, the $1 million homes, all in that what used to be a Black community. It's prime land. And that was one of the areas. So, but I don't leave on that negativity. I just talk about the greatness and how the people work together, all races in many respects, though. Because if it wasn't for those governmental acts and that 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment and so on and so forth, it would have been a lot slower progress. But it was people giving their lives. And then when Abraham Lincoln said, "Hey, we can let the colored troops come in," the colored troops came in, they wiped the war out. That was the end of that. And it was the colored troops that went down there to Galveston with General Gordon Granger. Can you imagine what that jubilation could have been like, telling those people? But even then, they told them, they said, "Hey, well, okay, you're free, but we don't want you coming downtown. We want you to stay on the plantation, and we're going to call it sharecropping." That's kind of where that all began. And I've interviewed people who said they were sharecroppers. I mean, if they 80 years old, when they were 11, they remember that institution down in the Mississippis. And it never went well. But then one lady told me, she said her mother said, "We leaving here. I don't care what happens." And they moved to Mount Bayou, Mississippi. And it changed her life to where she went to college in Chicago, ended up working for Harry Belafonte, moving to New York to be the voice, not New York, but of London, England, to be the voice in London, England. She said it was because of what I got out of Mount Bayou, Mississippi.
Okay, thank you all for coming today. And let's thank our speaker, Mr. Brogdon, one more time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Well, that was interesting. I don't know. I guess I probably need to wrap this up unless someone has something interesting to either come up here and talk about or just talk about. I did not get to everything I was going to talk about today, but this Frederick Douglass Day thing is about 3 hours. So I may wind up talking about it next weekend. This ought to be interesting. So we'll watch this and then we will end the show. It's from not changing out those smoke detector batteries. I think I might have missed a context. That must be for Chenard. So anyway, we'll watch this. I don't watch Jules like I used to, but I've always found her kind of fascinating, actually. A black woman in Iceland.
Funny video about Icelandic cream bun day a few years ago. I had no idea that it would lead me to meet the love of my life and eventually have a little baby who is staring up at me
Oh, my
right now.
Lord.
I'll link to the video below so you can see what I'm talking about. But the bizarre part is that Halle, my boyfriend, doesn't even like Icelandic cream buns and doesn't care about Bollidagur today at all, even though he is a born and bred Icelander and has basically had this holiday happening all of his life. It even amazes me that he ended up somehow seeing that video just because he is not normally someone who cares about any of the Bollidagur type advertisements or videos about it. But he later told me that because it was funny, he thought, let me reach out to this girl and let her know that I think she's funny and see if she wants to grab a coffee. Funny enough, the day that he reached out to me was on February 13th. This is the same day that I am filming this. And I think it's the most hilarious thing because I appreciate, you commenting on the video. And you would think that after he messaged me, the rest would be history. But no. Actually, I ended up responding to him and thanking him for reaching out and the compliment about the video. And of course, asking me for coffee, but I wasn't available. And he was very gracious about that. At the time, I was already divorced, but I was in this weird situationship thing. And I don't know, my brain was just not in the right place to be meeting new people. And so I just kind of didn't think about it anymore after that. When I look back at it now, it's funny that a couple of days after he had messaged me, I actually stopped that situationship and did a reevaluation of myself and decided to sort out what I was looking for, which eventually led me to decide to get on the dating scene here in Iceland. And I have to say, that's a different story time if people are interested in that. For whatever reason, I was not very into getting on Tinder, but not surprisingly, Facebook's algorithm somehow knew that I was looking to date and advertised to me about Facebook dating. And if you have shared connections on Facebook to someone that you're potentially interested in on Facebook dating, you can sort of check that person out, I guess you could say. And so I felt more comfortable starting out on Facebook dating. So that's what I did. To my surprise,
Now,
I
this is
saw
really
Halle on there.
So, a black American woman doing Facebook dating in Iceland. This is an interesting world we live in.
And I freaked out a little bit because I was like, oh no, we're a match. And what if he comes across my profile and sees that I'm on here and is like, hey, this girl told me that she wasn't available for dating or whatever. And now she's on this site. So I was like, oh crap. okay, let me reach back out to him on Messenger and let him know that I'm available now. When I reached out, I told him I was actually available now for that coffee. And it was nice that he was still available and interested in meeting up. The funny thing is, when he was trying to pick out a place to go and get coffee, I was like, I don't even drink coffee. I know you asked me originally that, and I was just kind of answering based off of the concept of getting coffee, but I'm not gonna have coffee when we meet, probably tea or something, which made him laugh. And he was like, no problem. How about we meet for dinner? We met at an Indian restaurant called Gandhi, had a lovely dinner, great conversation, and we're interested in meeting again. But I'm at this point in my life not just like falling into a relationship. I was really vetting and being sure because I was afraid that like my ability to pick a good partner was completely off, to be honest. And maybe it was. And I needed to give myself time with the person, a lot of time before I could say, yeah, this is for me, or no, let's move on and go our separate ways. So we dated for a month, and meaning just like meeting up and chatting, nothing intimate, nothing like that. It was just getting to know each other. In that time frame, there were so many things that happened that made me feel secure about starting a relationship with him. And I just knew, like, from that moment, like, this was something much more special than some random dude that I was just trying to make it work with. Rather, this was like an individual that I could see myself being with long term. And I was excited about that. And it's just, yeah, it was crazy how it all just unfolded. What's amazing to me is that from when we met and up until now, some years later, our relationship has just gotten better and better. And we've merged our families because he has two children previous to us being together. And of course, now we have a child together. What even blows my mind more is that I don't think these dates are coincidences, because I found out that I was pregnant on February 13th. So, like I mentioned, he reached out to me on February 13th of 1 year. And then following us being together, on February 13th, again, there's a very faint line on the pregnancy test that Holly went out and bought for me because I was telling him that I think I might be pregnant because I didn't get my period and something's going on here. Now, granted, it's important to know that we already knew we wanted to have children together. In fact, it was the first question I asked him on our first date, because I was like, look, you don't want to have kids, or more kids for that matter, that's fine, but I'm just curious. And he was like, no, I definitely do. And what about you? And I was like, yeah, I do want to have kids. And so we were operating eventually in our relationship in the space of like, we want to have a child. And I was, of course, trying to plan it. When we stopped planning it is when it happened. This is usually how that goes for many people. And he had gone out to buy me a pregnancy test, but I didn't know that I was supposed to use it with my first like pee in the morning. So on February 13th, there was a very faint line. And I was like, I mean, they say there's no false positives, but maybe I should take another one. So on February 14th, Valentine's Day, is when I got this very clear line that it's happening. It is definitely the case that our little bundle of joy is already starting to grow. I find it very sweet and beautiful that it was on Valentine's Day where it was confirmed for sure that I was pregnant and that our lives were going to change even more for the better as we continued on our journey together. While Holly still is not the biggest fan of Icelandic cream buns, he is way more appreciative and happy about Bolludagur, Icelandic cream bun day, because it led us together. Like, my love for Icelandic cream buns led to the love of my life, which led to even more of a love of my life because this little cutie is here. And I just find that hilarious, serendipitous, and really fun to talk about, because it's just, you never know how things are going to turn out. And sometimes when you're somewhat lowest, weirdest points in life, things are turning around and you can't even see it. In a nutshell, that's how Bolludagur, or Icelandic Cream Bun Day, brought us together. I have other really random and funny stories like this that I'll share in the future. And of course, I'll put up some photos of Icelandic cream buns I'll be eating this year, because I'm never going to miss an Icelandic cream bun season or time. And it's only during this time of the year. So the Monday before Lent is Bolledagur, or Santa Cream Monday. But the weekend before is huge for being able to go out and get buns at different bakeries. I actually have a podcast episode / blog post that's linked in the description below about 5 places where you can get amazing Santa Cream buns, whether it's this year or in the future. So you can check that out. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
All right. Well, I guess I will sign off. Yeah, well, I actually haven't paid much attention to the Thorpes. Uh, maybe one of these days I'll I'll watch a show or something of theirs. But I think, you know, both of them are problematic. They just need to take care of themselves. What's up, Khan? You are coming in at the end of this show. So I will be back around, I don't know, 2:30, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I enjoyed it. And once again, I want to thank the 2 folks who supported the show overall and this specific episode today. And I also want to give shout outs to Mr. Savage with his attempted diss song, which I actually enjoy. As a matter of fact, you know what? I got a couple minutes. Oops. Let's watch this diss song one more time, and then I will end this travesty of a show. Let's see here. Where are you? I guess I could do this. And videos. So let's play this. I love this song.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Croft.
own perhaps at least one half of this
Book
asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
fragile.
generated because of it.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know what it was, but the thing is
talking a
that
plastic crown.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and
"Prove
you
it,"
kind of
he
read
looked
these
back
people's
down,
biographies,
licking his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get MAGA
Croft, and my
blacks
life is
who will
doomed.
they will
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
well, with that rousing theme song, I am going to sign off for the night. Sin, Khan, and everyone else who participated in the show today. Ignat, good to see you. Shenard was even up here. Ryan Bardwell and Lupin Reiging, major sponsors of the show this weekend. Until tomorrow.
Spanish.